Alright, welcome back, folks. Is day 91, keeping the streak alive. Once again, Maku desu. Minasan, konnichiwa. Yokoso. Let's see. So, I think we're settled on the idea of doing half and half for each unit until 100. So that means we're gonna output writing in English. Try to remember as many Japanese words as we can. Then maybe review, try to like grab a few things from the previous unit a couple times. Write in Japanese. Let's start with that. Let's do our output here. There weren't a lot of vocabulary words actually, once again. It's lots of predicates. Oh, we got a lot of predicates. Let's see. Deru came up again. So Deru. Like leaving the house. Deru. Then we had Tsuku. Which this kind of makes it so that it's kind of linked with Kudu in a different way, in an English way. Yeah, Tsuku. We have Okuru. Okureru. Right. Because we're talking about meeting up, so when are you leaving the house? I'm arriving at a specific place. Sending like message. Message. There anything? And then to be late. So when we're thinking about meeting up, there's a lot of times. So these I think we're gonna write in Japanese. We have ipun. Nihun is fine. Then we had they're touching. Have Sanpun. No yon. Yeah, no yon. Gohun. Dopun. Nanahun. No hachi. Kyuhun. and Jupun. So I think these are the three because they're all puns next to Jupun. So we're telling time, like exact time. And also being minutes late. So it's combined with okureru. Be late by a few minutes. Then we have minna. 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 And tachi. Link tachi, like watashi tachi. So we're just gonna say and company. And the others and company. Like Kai-san tachi. Kai-san tachi. Watashi tachi. Right. Saying where. And some new, somewhat new things. Things like, no. Like, no doko, right? In order to say, like, where in a place. Part of the whole meetup thing. Might as well go over all the Kitakuchi, right? Kitakuchi, Minamikuchi, Hikashikuchi. And then Nishikuchi, which is the newest one. The 4 cardinal directions. Actually, yes. What else can you do? Like meeting at somewhere. We can describe places. Is there any new form of? We have like Mada. Are you still somewhere? Mo. Like, have you already or yet? Mae, Chikaku. Surprising, no, they didn't throw in like Itari and Migi. What else? Oh, right. Oops, that's kind of long. Oh my gosh. This is kind of a nightmare. Well, that's good enough. The bottom and the top should be the same, and the middle should be longer. But norimasu, right? Norimasu. Take, get on, enter. Any particle things? Oh, we have imakara just now. Shinjuku, self-explanatory. Random Panya. Gotta throw in like a an alternative location. Did they throw in a food item? Pretty sure they threw in a food item. What was the food item this time? Or perhaps not. Oh, maybe they didn't throw in a food item. Any new locations? Yoshi, Machi, Michi, Eki, Uchi, Ie. Kahe. No. Any other Supa? Don't know where else you would. Trying to think of all the places you could meet up. And then positional things like Mae. We already went over that. Like Chikaku, etc. What else can you describe while meeting up? I feel like I'm missing vocab. Yote are plans. Oh, right. Another position word was right, Naka, inside. Drive yourself in like a, which these are locations to like Dencha, Shinkansen, Monoreru, Taxi, Kuruma. Plenty of things to be inside of. Which is kind of related to transit. What else can you describe? That was all the iru stuff for being inside things, being at things. Leave, arrive. Yeah, I think that's about it for that. So what is this? 5, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, technically 13, 14, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's pretty good. 20. I'll take 20. We passed 17. And let's throw in a few things from Unit 9. Unit 9 was things you don't want to do. Oh, there's I takunai desu. That came up a lot in prompts. I don't meet with like Dorio, not even Tomodachi. I Tomodachi to ai takunai desu. That was actually one of the lines. I don't want to meet with friends. Right, shitakunai desu. There's a lot of things you don't want to do, so shitakunai desu. Solji, sentaku, kaji, benkyo. And we can throw in they threw this into contrast, like yukuri shitai desu. Yukuri shitai desu. Want to relax? I like this phrase. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait. I screwed up. Just kidding. This is my poor pronunciation. So, mo shikoshi, like a bit longer. There's a lot of things you want to do a bit longer here and there. add a food item for this one. Pretty sure this is the one with the cheese. Izu. Things you kind of want to do. So, netai desu, because the related vocabulary you nemui, sleepy. And speaking of sleepy, we have furanketo. I feel like there's another katakana word somewhere. Oh, dude, we also have kyanseru. Yeah, kyanseru. Kyanseru suru. To cancel on someone or something. How else can you express things you don't want to do, or indirectly express things you don't want to do by doing something else? Oh, right. Yoji? Think stuff to do? You have stuff to do. No time. Okay. Related to this. Whoops. Show porter. And messed up that last stroke. Navel. Is this navel suru? Yeah. Oversleep. I remember something up here. Asoi. Asoi. Because I thought about down here, like, hayai or hayaku. Trying to like hurry up or do something quickly, or something is fast. They specifically introduce being slow. And then also, this means that I'm missing one. Isoku. The hurry. Isoku. Oh, there were a lot of new things, right? Whoops. Ara, to get out of something, to be out of something. Ara, in that way. And then this is where all that other stuff gets crazy because I'm still trying to sort them out. So like, mata, again. And this is where, Mo also had already and yet. Already and yet. Contextually, positionally different in different places. I feel like I'm missing one. There's another one. Oh. And then we have also Made as well. Like until. Oh wait, I think this one also had Mada. Still, I mean that's still used the same way. It's still used the same way. Yeah. Right? Yeah. I don't think they used it in a different way. It's still. Nah, this is pretty good. Any other different usages? No? Yeah, no. Because, no soto. Be outside something, like outside of something. Oh, and we had, Mayani would do something beforehand. Oh, and then we also had, uh-oh. It's right? Ugh. Oh, my pen slipped there. Atote? Man, I need to compact this somehow. Atote? So after, before and after. Actually, before is from 2 units ago. That's pretty good. Alright. That's pretty good. Alright. So let's complete our review of arranging to meet up. Not too bad. Let's take a look at the word list and see if... Oh, taksan no. Oh, I totally forgot taksan no. Yeah. Shosetsu. Oh, banana was the thing. Wait, did you have... No food item. Okay. I forgot about... Oh yeah, and they introduced ima, sure. You're forgetting shosetsu. I mean, personally, I don't think of novels as well, but... And taksan no. Taksan no is a grammar point, actually. Okay. More like a structure point. I'll call it a structure point, like a sentence structure point. It's a great way to illustrate that you can use the vocabulary in a different way. Okay. All right. I think we're pretty good. Yesterday we learned a lot. Oh, 3分. 3分.
3分
3分.
3分3分
私たちはもうデパートの近くにいます。私たちはもうデパートの近くにいます。
Okay.
は
私たちはもうデパートの近く something います。
います。
にいます。
私たちはもうデパートの近くにいます。私たちはもうデパートの近くにいます。
We're still at the we're still near the department store. We're still near the department store. Ikun. Eki. 3分. Norimasu. Yeah, my norimasu is heckin' jank. 6分. And man, 後で is pretty jank too.
後でメッセージを送ります。
Speaking of 後で。後で something メッセージを probably 送ります。
後でメッセージを送ります。
I think that's it actually.
後でメッセージを送ります。
Yeah. I'm going to send a message later. We're going to send a message later. Should we send a message? Wait, what the heck? What is this nonsense? This is training wheel stuff. Excuse me?
メッセージ
メッセージ
送りましょう。
Oops.
は
What? Oh, this happened maybe like 30 or 40 days ago when someone said they also get this every once in a while. That's kind of funny. I wonder if this is their old stuff, like how they did it before. Or they arranged it with exactly the things you need. So, メッセージを送りましょうか？
アレックスさんはまだいません。遅いですね。もう少し待ちましょうか。
I forgot about Alexu. Alexu. Of all the names. Okay. Alexu-san. Alexu-san wa mada. Okay. Mada imasen. Still. So it's still being used as still. Mada imasen. Osoi desu ne. There's osoi, slow. It's slow. He's slow, isn't he? Isn't Wait. Okay, sure. Sure. Yeah, mo shikoshi. I like that phrase. Mo shikoshi. Machimashou ka? Let's wait a little bit longer. Should we, should we wait a little bit longer? I like that. Machimashou ka? Mo shikoshi machimashou ka? Yeah, they're waiting for Arexu. Arexu. It's a little easier to say today after tripping up over and over again. Arexu. Arexu-san. Arexu-san. Yeah. Arexu-san wa mada imasen. Yeah. Okay.
メッセージを送りましょうか？
What is this?
メッセージを送りか。
Alright. Duolingo, try not to restrict. I'm learning like 0 from this. Okay. This was the ima kara.
今から
Ima kara. This is saying message.
メッセージ
Message
を
を送ります。
送ります。
送ります。今からメッセージを送ります。送ります。いや、送ります。Sorry. 送ります。今からメッセージを送ります。Okay, now you're just
サムさんたち。
サムさんたちはまだいません。サムさんたちはまだいません。Sam and company, Sam and others are still not here. Still aren't here. Or aren't here yet. That's fine. Oh yeah, okay. It can be interpreted as yet. Sure. Yeah, they aren't here yet. Arexu-san wa something. Time? Place? Time. Goji 53分。3分に着きます。So, Alex will arrive at 5:53. Okay.
山口さん
山口さん
たち。
はもうすぐ来ます。Another time. And I think use kimasu here specifically to be paired with deru. Deru versus kuru. Right. So Yamaguchi and the others are coming soon. Are going to come soon. Yeah, that's fine too. Non-pass. And what do we have? Ken-san wa mada imasen. Yeah, really leaning on in that. Koto, both for coat and court. And kare, self-explanatory.
5時23分に着きます。
5時23分に着きます。I'm going to arrive at 5:23. Sure. Are we doing this again? Someone's name? Naomi-san tachi wa what is this? Depato no naka ni imasu. Fair enough. Naomi and company are well, not still, but are inside the department store. Inside a department store, etc., etc. All the articles. We have Kaisetsu. Kaisetsu Ticket. Wait, no. Yes. And then Skue. Skue is desk. We're already near the department store. Nice. So mo depato no chikaku ni imasu. Something like that. Oh, never mind. What watashi tachi wa hachi. Watashi tachi wa mo depato no chikaku ni imasu. So let's find it.
私たち
Watashi tachi wa mo
depato
no chikaku ni imasu. Right. What do we have here? Sign, autograph, sign. Narabitai. Want to line up. Narabi. I think that's line up in Thai form. And hayaku. Quickly. And we're early. Quickly, early. Onegai shimasu. Self-explanatory. We're next to the electronics store. Tenkia. So we're next to the electronics store. Watashi tachi wa Tenkia no tonari ni imasu. Hey Lotus, hello. How are you today? I notice that you're in the Discord. When was that? When did that happen? You spying on me? Nah, I mean, you're more than welcome to. Bye. Hey Sub-Zero. What's up? You know what's kind of funny about you two? Lotus goes by a lot of fiery things, and you just happen to be named Sub-Zero, and you go by cold things. Is there some sort of beef between you two? You know, one's cold, one's hot. What is this? Gotta neutralize that. How are you two today?
私たちは
私たちは、
電気屋。
Denkia. Oh, I said Tenkia, didn't I? Denkia. A weather weather shop. Denkia. Denkia no tonari ni imasu. Okay.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
All right.
Go ad-free and skip the interruptions to focus on your learning. Unlock unlimited hearts and make as many mistakes as you need. And you can target weaknesses in your practice hub with AI-powered practice sets based on your recent mistakes. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
You're right. Been mostly chilling and playing Street Fighter. Is that a cold joke? I'm just kidding. I'm pulling your leg. Mostly chilling. Yeah, I bet you're chilling. Yeah, I found that. Yeah, next week Akuma drops, right? Next week. My someone I know was playing Street Fighter yesterday. He was giving Ed another go around. Yeah, Akuma drops next week. It's a big deal. I don't know how long you've been following Street Fighter, but Akuma is a big deal, so it will probably cause a fairly big boon resurgence. Street Fighter 6 has been doing quite well. It's kind of interesting because you might be thinking like, of course they're doing well, it's Capcom. Well, sometimes when games are very successful, right, specific games are very successful, it can overshadow a lot of loss in investment from publishers, since Capcom self-publishes, right? Like Square Enix, for example, recently released a very scary report on how much money they lost from like publishing games, despite their in-house successes on their main projects. I don't think Capcom has too many missteps. I think Exoprimal is probably the closest. The biggest misstep of recent years. Thanks, Bavin. Hello. But Street Fighter is doing pretty well. Akuma drops next week. Big deal. Legacy character. Slow response. Probably not very talkative today. Have a lot of experiments to complete before my meeting tomorrow. Yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks, Lotus. Thanks for dropping by and slowly getting your job done. No, lots of experiments. Which, by the way, guys, Lotus is secretly a double agent, self-made billionaire who also has the luxury of doing whatever he wants while doing work. So just hit him up for some secret of life and stuff, you know. And I joined the Discord. Are you watching all the stuff in the watching channel? Yes. Everything that I record in the Discord that's offline, those are all the things that I've seen. So it's a journal for myself, but if anyone finds anything interesting, just use the search bar. So music, writing, reading, not so much. There was a point when I tried to read more audiobooks, but that kind of fell by the wayside. I have like an Audible account with like 40 books, and I just hadn't gotten enough time. And with Japanese and all that stuff, it's so hard to find time to do audiobooks. There was a time that was a little, you can even see how old the posts are. So yeah, yesterday I watched all of Solo Leveling season 1. when I get into the mood, I consume media very, very consistently. You also enjoyed Solo Leveling? I liked it. I think it's one of the things It's like Jujutsu. Like I just recently watched the second season of Jujutsu Kaisen because of you, right? What you call it? Jujutsu Kaisen. I think solo leveling really channels the cut the fat, move at a blistering pace kind of thing. But of course, I'm more of a free end kind of guy, where you slow down and you mold and ruminate over things. So it's a fun, entertaining scene, much like Jujutsu Kaisen. Cut the fat, cut to the chase. Set piece, set piece, set piece. On we go. Jujutsu, yeah. Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh, yeah, you're telling me it again. Yeah, the expansion thing. Yeah. The running thing, I'm a little worried. Right now, my right leg isn't keeping up. So I've been trying to, I might even go shorten the distance now, because I was kind of expecting about 1 year or 2 year where I start feeling some build up of fatigue, and it's kind of noticeable cutting into stuff. Right around now, I am supposed to move up to like 3 miles again. 3 miles, maybe even push past 3 miles, but you gotta regulate yourself and not injure yourself. Yeah, I feel that my left ankle's a little swollen, so this week is rest for you. Yeah. And I couldn't make time recently for like calisthenics and stuff. I usually do like pull-ups, push-ups, your standard 4. I stopped doing squats because I didn't want to tax my legs any more than they already have recently. Maybe I'll go back to doing that. I'm in and out when it comes to the things. But that's kind of what I mean by record keeping. Just write somewhere, do something. It's after a while, just look back and say, hey, it's already been 500 days. And there's only 2 channels in the Discord. It's basically the general channel where everyone, all the new people might say something, and then that's about it. And then there's the lounge, which has like 8. I don't know if Discord even goes that far back. I'm not even sure if Discord overloaded or something. But it's like 4 or 5 years of discussion between me and a few people. It's usually something like potentially excessively unnecessary, like superfluous discussions.
すみません、遅れます。すみません。
遅れます。I'm late.
遅れます。
Or I'm going to be late. Can you interpret it that way? I'll be late. Okay, that's fine. I'll be late. Sure. Either or. I'm going to be late, or I'll be late. Danielu-san. It's Isoku. So, isokimashou ka. Danielu-san, isokimashou ka. Ka. Yes.
Daniel-san, 急ぎましょう。
急ぎましょうか。
あ、5分遅れます。
あ、5分。5分遅れ、5分、遅れます。遅れます。遅れます。I'll be 5 minutes late.
あ、5分遅れます。
遅れます。
あ、5分遅れます。
あ、5分遅れます。What is that face, Babin? What is that face? We're inside the West Exits Bakery. Oh, that's a way to strong arm the occasional food related location. The new food related location. 私たちは西口のパン屋の中にいます。Oh, it's a nervous face? I see. What are you nervous about? I gotta find this stuff. Hold up. Oh, wait. Did they not even go with where? Oh, they didn't. They just went with implied. Okay, they just went with implied. Fair enough.
西口
西口のパン屋の中にいます。Yeah, sometimes they go with the where and company, but then they don't. And I'm usually used to not doing that. Like not overusing implied subject topic markers. I obviously don't look at the word bank before translating this. So sometimes it can be funny to see how often they do something. Come up with the answer, then look at the word bank. Look at this long thing.
メッセージを送りましょうか
Message. You know, メッセージを送りましょうか or 送ります is starting to feel like shower を浴びます 浴びます sorry 浴びます shower を浴びます
メッセージを送りましょうか
for now. I think this is fine, right? Yeah. 西口のパン屋 right? And then の中にいます yes.
ダニエルさん、急ぎましょうか。
Do I understand something? No, I don't understand that. Oh, but I've seen it already. It was teased. It was teased in a flashcard, but I don't understand it. Which one is that? I saw it on the flashcard though. Like when there's like 4 panels. 4 panels. I think I might have clicked on it once. It's definitely not anything that I can understand. Oh, that's West. Oh, yeah. That makes sense now. Yeah, West was introduced this unit. So it was just introduced yesterday. And the first time I saw that kanji was before today. If Duo is using kanji only for no reason. Yeah. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Yeah. Recently they had been introducing new vocabulary by bypassing the hiragana. But West wasn't one of them. It's also a mahjong tile. West is, yeah. That's true. Although I didn't see it drawn like that. It's maybe their version is slightly different. Let me see. Yeah, because you have the 4 winds. You have the 4 winds in the mahjong tile. Yeah, the classical. Let me see. It's not close. So like I wouldn't have guessed that's the mahjong stroke that I am thinking of. It's close enough though. I didn't It's close enough though. So many different versions of mahjong tiles. But yeah, the winds, the cardinal winds, or the different winds. That's how I was that's how I'm going to see all the kanji. Or we have all 4 gates, by the way. So kita, minami, higashi. Yeah, Hikashi, and just this one, Nishi. And then Gucci, right? Gucci, the same kanji for like Yamaguchi or Kutsu. Kuchi, sorry, Kuchi. I said Kutsu. Kuchi for mouth.
ダニエルさん、急ぎましょうか。
Daniel-san, what?
ダニエルさん、急ぎましょうか。
Isogimashouka.
急か。
Daniel. Hurry up. We should hurry. Should we hurry? Daniel, should we hurry? Or a bit late. Will be a little okay. Watashi tachi wa skoshi. Oh yeah, you can modify. So skoshi okuremasu.
私は 少し遅れます。
okuremasu. Okay.
東口のパン屋で待ちましょう。
Oh, I heard Higashi, Higashi Guchi. Did I hear Higashi Guchi? Yeah.
東口
Higashi Guchi
の
no
パン屋
panya
で
de meat? Wait?
待ちましょう。
Machimashou seems reasonable.
東口のパン屋で待ちましょ
Yeah. Higashi Guchi no panya de machimashou. We should wait at the. I guess you could say we should wait at the east exits bakery. Oh, I forgot about Taminaru. That's right. Taminaru. It wasn't highlighted as a new word, but Taminaru, another position, place you can use while eating things and arriving and stuff. Oh, and they did the no soto. So we covered that too. That was part of the recall. So this time where I mean it's not predictable if they're gonna use that. So let's see. Basu, yeah. Bus terminaru no soto ni imasu.
バスターミナル
Bus terminaru. It's funny they lumped it together. Bus terminaru. I'm curious if you can have other different terminals. Bus terminaru no soto ni imasu. Short.
ケンさん、今どこですか？私たちは西口の近くにいます。そろそろバスターミナルに行きます。
They're trying to find Ken. Where in the world is Ken? Okay, Ken-san. Ken-san, ima doko desu ka? Ken, where are you now? Watashi tachi wa, Nishikuchi no shikaku ni imasu. We're at the, we're next to the west gate, west exit. Sorosoro bus terminalu ni ikimasu. We are going to the bus terminal in a bit. Momentarily. We're going to the bus terminal momentarily. Nishikuchi no konbini ni aimashou ka? No. De aimashou ka? Watashi tachi wa ima kaisetsu ni imasu.
Ni.
Yeah. That's a sussy one. That's actually kind of a sussy one. Okay. We should meet at the West Exits convenience store, right? And we are at the ticket gate now. The reason why it's sussy is because in English, de and ni are both at. But there's very particular reason de doesn't work with imasu.
すみません、少し遅れます。今からタクシーに乗ります。
Hey,
パン屋で
Nar.
会いましょ
Hello there. Sumimasen. Sumimasen. I might as well hear this.
う。すみません、少し遅れます。今からタクシーに乗ります。パン屋で会いましょう。
Okay. This person is running late. すみません。少し遅れます。遅れます。少し遅れます。遅れます。少し遅れます。Sorry, I'm running a bit late. 今からタクシーに乗ります。I just got in a taxi. I just took a taxi. Usually get in a taxi. I just got in a taxi now. Panya de aimashou. We should meet at the bakery. Got this conversation halfway, so maybe not relevant, but particles depend a lot on verb. Exactly. Day is generally meant for means or place, but ni needs to be used because it's like the direction. If you use day with iku, it's like when you do bus de iku. Eki no ni, there wasn't a discussion. It was just a reflection. Eki no nishikuchi de aimashou.
店まで急ぎましょう。
店まで急ぎましょう。We should hurry to the store. And the discussion was about English, not Japanese as well. So the comment was about English, not Japanese. How am I doing? Why am I studying Japanese? I'm doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. Why am I studying Japanese? Loaded question, but the short answer is there are a lot of pragmatic reasons I study Japanese, but the most recent pragmatic reason is that I have an immediate family member who lives in Japan. My family has the prospect of visiting Japan. That's one of the most recent reasons. The longer reason that persists is I spend 2/3 of my life being influenced by the Japanese culture. So that's probably the longer. You ask a lot of people why they're studying a language, but honestly, I never know the answer to that myself. I'm hypocritical in that. It is part of the human condition, right? It is part of the human condition. I think the most quickest answer I can say is the Japanese culture influenced me for more than 2/3 of my waking hours. So it's very difficult. It would be very understated to say that it took so long for me to study the Japanese language. Although, with that said, I'm very old, much older than most people think I am. So, accessibility like this to Japanese language did not exist when I was younger. Right? So, the answer might be, why now? Why? A lot of times people say, why now are you studying Japanese? It's because of accessibility. And Duolingo is one of the ways, but, we have this many discussions about all the other ways you can find learning Japanese accessible. But when I was younger, learning language was not accessible. Yeah, it's pretty crazy how accessible languages have become. Indeed, it's crazy. Someone asked me this question yesterday to basically answer that, made me reflect upon it. Someone asked me, how do you learn language before the internet? And my first thought was, well, you either go to school, you hire someone, or you go to the library. And then we had a little fun trip down memory lane about how during my lifetime you had to learn how to use the library to get material so that you can self-study. So all your self-studying comes from the library, not like a collection place of information. And that's usually school or a public library, not the internet. And now we have the internet, and now language is so accessible. It's pretty wonderful. I think one of the things that brings smile to my face, but at the same time a little disheartening, is that when you're learning things now, it's so accessible that everyone argues, not for the sake of learning, but the sake of having an argument. What I mean is for the sake of pride and arrogance. So there's so much information now. It's humbling, but at the same time poetic, that people even argue about synergistic learning things. Back before the internet, whatever learning strategy you come up with is an additional strategy. So anyone who has a different idea, you try all the existing ideas because there are so few of them accessible to everyone. But thanks to the dawn of the internet, there are so many different ways to do things. Now you're taking it for granted, in my opinion. As an older person, now people are taking it for granted. So now they bicker and pitchfork each other about which methods deserve to exist or not exist. Human condition. It's pretty poetic. When you have too much of something, that's when you start to re-optimize, right? And streamline things. So language learning is definitely one of those things. Yeah, I imagine being able to understand the spoken language would be hard without a tutor or moving to the place it's spoken. Yes. In the past, you can't even move that well. Don't forget, like, when you travel, when you're booking, when you're seeing when is a good time to traveling, everything is less convenient than before. So when you're talking about finding a tutor, how do you find an adequate tutor where you are? And then how do you travel to the country? How do you apply for documents in order to travel to a country? So nowadays people talk about learning methods like, oh yeah, just immerse. Take a vacation and like book a flight and go for, I don't know, 2 weeks. Try out your Japanese. And I'm like, are you talking to me now? Because yeah, sure. And then people would ask me like, why didn't you do it before, like earlier? I'm like, do you know how difficult it is for me during my teenage years to try to get into a school or like apply to a college that has a foreign exchange or something that helps me with sorting out documents that you couldn't find information about because no online resources, right? So you can't do these things yourself. You have to have the communication skills to go through proper channels to talk. It's still inconvenient now for some people, right? Some people who live in this generation. It's relative to their convenience. However, my convenience, all I can think about is it takes like 2 to 3 years just to plan a trip to somewhere. Let alone they're like, oh yeah, you know, if you have $1,000, just go to Japan and soak it in and total immersion. I'm like, you can't even total immersion back in the old days. It's not possible. Hey Phoenix. Hello Phoenix. People argue about methods a lot, probably because people try to find it. Yeah, a fast way. Truth is any method takes a long time, even if some might work better for some. Welcome Nar. You've already cut the line. You're already someone that I find reasonable. What language am I learning? I am learning Japanese right now. Using English as the common language, Phoenix. So my native language that I'm using now, or my common language I'm using now, is English to learn Japanese. Yeah. How much XP do I have? I don't know. The last time I checked, 120k or something like that. So, Nar, without a doubt, you've summarized a wonderful type of mindset that I don't have to ask you anything else about, like, your philosophy behind learning. However, I do want to ask you, are you learning something right now? Are you learning a target language, Nar? You sound, that comment you made sounds like it comes from someone who has gone through a long journey with language learning. Phoenix, you're learning Spanish? Nice. Can you add me? Yeah, sure. After I finish this lesson, I'll add you back. Give me a sec. I'll follow you as well. Bus terminaru de machimashou. Yeah.
解散急ぎますの。
解散急ぎましょう。Hi. We should hurry. Works. Board game. I think this is just chess. Yeah. Bye. This is like Jane. You enjoy learning language, studies a lot. Okay, you study a lot of Japanese. Currently studying Norwegian. There's a Norwegian here. Sub-Zero? I summon Sub-Zero. Where is that goober? Sub-Zero's somewhere here. He's Norwegian, and he wants to study Mandarin whenever he's done with the uni work. And studies a bit of French. We have a few French people, but it's already too late. Like most of the people that I know are probably heading to bed. We have like I've met two university people who are French, and one is studying Japanese. Actually, I think both of them are studying Japanese. And Hebrew in the past. Interesting. No Hebrew yet. You are the first. Sub-Zero is actually presently in Norway, so he kind of like bops in and out somewhere. But you can definitely ask him. You can definitely test out your Norwegian skills with Sub-Zero. I haven't ever seen like Norwegian typed out before, actually. You learn Hebrew because I met a lot of Israelis learning Japanese. Oh, really? I wonder what that's like. I haven't met a lot of people from Israel, or communicated with a lot of people from Israel. Obviously, there is a little bit of geopolitics going on. We won't touch upon that, but that can play into it. Being American, of course. Let's see.
バスターミナル
Bus terminal no
2
2
階
That's it. Okay. Moving right along. Hang on. I gotta add Phoenix. Is there a bakery at the north exit? Okay. This is how Norwegian looks like. Oh, okay. Oh, tried using all the special characters. Oh, and then you tried using all the special characters. Ah, they're the special characters. You know, I watch someone who is Norwegian, who I think is Icelandic. I think the person is Icelandic, but then they moved to Norway. And he's a very like quaint person. I've seen a lot of his clips, and he talks and he compares and contrasts the Scandinavian stuff. And I can't spell Scandinavian, sorry. don't worry. Don't look. And plus like Finland, and some inside joke about the Faroe Islands. But the special character that I'm referring to is this. He made a joke about, oh yeah, just add this character in random words, make it look cool. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because Rode, you know, the brand Rode, like this mic arm. It's like just use this special character. It's cool like that. It's just add it in there. That's all I picked up. Sorry, that's a short little. It was a clip, and I don't know a lot about any like Norway, Sweden, Finland, Iceland. I don't know much at all, just like pop cultural stuff. But this guy, I watch a lot of like multicultural language things, and this guy is like the one guy that is representative of that type of content. And I like hearing about random things, not necessarily for language learning, but just random cultural idiosyncrasy. Learning Norwegian is cool since you get a nice insight on countries around it as well. Their culture is very related through history as well. Yeah. My exposure to Norway, the three, Norway, Sweden, and Finland. Okay, I know how this is gonna sound, but it's not what you think. Well, maybe it's possible. It's possible, but firearms. And we're talking about science, the science behind firearms, as in like the mechanical firearms, like manufacturing, how firearms are worked. That's my exposure to this. And then there's also a few things. No, there's more. So we like Japanese, right? I agree that we like Japanese, right? And then salmon. That's also dealing with this. Especially, very specifically one of them, right? Denmark not included there. The joke is that no one likes Denmark. No, I'm just kidding. I just don't know enough about Denmark. But possibly. This is not my hobby, by the way. I like collecting information from other people. So this is not my hobby. This is some other people's hobby. And I know loosely as much as I can. So like salmon, I don't know if you know the story about salmon and Japan. Japan actually did not use salmon. Like if you look back historically, the whole idea of like sashimi, including salmon and whatnot, it's actually because of Sweden, I think. Or was it? It's one of these. I don't remember. I think it's Sweden. Yeah, so all it's either Sweden or Finland. I don't remember specifically, but they raised lots of farm salmon. Yeah. They farmed oh no. Oh, it's been okay, it's Norway. Sorry, my bad. It's Norway. So, Norway did farms, salmon farms, right? Oh, in Norway the joke is no one likes Sweden. The same joke is present in Denmark and Finland. Yeah, we like to pick on Sweden where Sweden's a joke. Yeah. So and also I happen to watch two influencers for a while now that happens to be from the place too. So the salmon farms, right? The salmon farms. The thing about the salmon farms is that they're propagated. I was interested in the salmon farm based on genetics. Like, so the salmon farms are very prone to like potential diseases and whatnot. But there's also a lot of things regarding salmon and its dirtiness back in the day, and that's why it was a cultural dissonance with Japan. But at some point, because of the excess salmon, there was negotiation between offloading, selling salmon, and that's when salmon was greatly introduced and trend into sushi, salmon into Japan. So there's a long history between these two. So that's kind of something that's neat, that's attached to Japanese, relating like the Scandinavian countries and Japan. Firearms, I think firearms was specifically either Finland or Sweden. I want to say it's Finland was the firearms thing. Iceland. And when we talk about Iceland, which is kind of related, I suppose. Iceland, I don't know why I put a spot. Iceland, of Monster and Men. That's as far as I go. Iceland, as far as I go, of Monster and Men, or a Monster and Men, I think. Is that the band's name? Yeah, that's as far as I go when it comes to knowing some sort of relevant topical things. And of Monster and Men is not very topical anymore. You wish you had a salmon access here. It's pretty expensive. Oh, where are you? Yeah. It's a fun documentary that I watched regarding salmon, or salmon, as some people say it around the world. I'm American. Salmon. Another Brazilian. Hello. I recently met another Brazilian 3 days ago, who's also learning Japanese. Mayor, or yeah, Mayor, something like that. Yeah, it's not uncommon. I talked about this. Us Brazilians like being in the internet. I always tell this to every Brazilian I meet just for fun, like because it's a talking point that relates the United States with Brazil. The top two Japanese spoken population contributors outside of Japan is the United States and Brazil. Constitute a whopping around 0.1% of of Japanese speakers. High five. A whopping 0.1% each. And then the rest is like 99.6% of it is in Japan. And then like another 0.2 is distributed from the rest of the world. Yeah, it's the United States and Brazil that has arguably the statistically largest Japanese speaking population outside of Japan. You're currently living in the city with the most Japanese people in this country. Oh, Sao Paulo. I see. There's a Japanese exchange student in your uni too? Dang. I don't think I've ever met a Japanese exchange student myself at the university. Oh, I might have met one or two. And in my life, I met 2 Japanese scientists in my life. One happens to be a international pathologist for the lab I used to work at when I was working for the government. And then lots of second gen Japanese Americans, because I used to work at a university. So lots of Japanese Americans. Yeah, interesting. So Sao Paulo is the place with the most Japanese people in your country. That's pretty neat, because I don't usually have these discussions too much outside. If you're not from like a really small tourist centric country like Southeast Asia, for example, like Singapore and stuff, you rarely have the combination of East meets West at the other hemisphere outside of the United States. So it's cool to meet another person who's living in a multicultural hub in a Western country with Eastern influence, especially Japan. Japan is pretty dang small outside of Japan. It's an incredibly isolated. So of all the 2 places, it's usually something like United States and Brazil when you have these conversations. Yeah, there's a whole district here which is basically Chinatown, but yeah, Little Tokyo is usually how the quaint name is. I think Little Tokyo is how we, or Japantown. No, Japantown, I don't think. Little Japan? No, it's probably Little Tokyo. Kind of like Koreatown or Little Seoul. In pockets around the United States, you have like phrases like that. Little Italy, right? You feel great pride when I see pan, since it comes from, yeah, Portuguese. Yes, right. Yep, pau. Even that is due to the Portuguese settlers back in the day. Yep, pan. We had that discussion when pan was introduced way back. I don't remember when Duolingo introduced pan. I think it was like somewhere in section 1. But yeah, it talked about like, pan. And yeah, it's pretty nice. Pretty nice. And then panya right here. Speak, I imagine that's Anya Bakery. Yeah, it's right here. I'm kind of curious how many other borrowed words from around the world. Obviously, the vast majority of the borrowed words are of English origin. However, I love it when occasionally you hit the ones that are outside of English, outside of Chinese as well, like outside of Chinese and English, for the Japanese borrowed words. So, okay, back on task.
パン屋
Panya no Panya
は
wa well, actually
パン
just
屋
kidding.
は 北口
Kitakuchi no
北口
just kidding.
パン屋は北口
Kitakuchi
に
ni
ありま
arimasu
すか
ka? Inerugi comes from German. Oh, inerugi. Inerugi. What could that be? No idea. Inerugi. What does that mean? Energy? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Energy. 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 Energy? I mean, it sounds like energy, but sometimes when I look at I think of E because it looks like an I. But yeah. But I was thinking of energy the whole time. It means energy, yeah, similar to English, probably since English got it from German, I guess. Yeah, so German words are kind of tough because you can't distinguish between them since German words are adopted English words too. Like English adopted German words. That's kind of why it's kind of difficult sometimes to find other distinct ones, because if you think of the English word might be an adopted word from another language, right? So sometimes it's funny when you have a katakana of an English word that's also an adopted word in English, right? And those English words aren't adopted anymore, they're permanent words. So it's much like I feel like katakana, I treat katakana as a way to say they're not borrowed or loan words, but they're just words that are adopted into the lexicon, as opposed to constantly using the word borrowed or loan. There's one distinction non-English. There is one distinct non-English looking loan word from Dutch, which I forgot, so just take my word for that. Dutch? Yeah, I know no Dutch whatsoever. Yeah. Oftentimes, I rely on food. If it's a food item, there's a chance, because the English adoption, even if they're adopting an English word, that English word is clearly adopted from another thing. So oftentimes you can use food items to distinguish them. Like, I'm kind of curious what pho is in Japanese. Like, what do they do? What do they describe pho as? Japanese, because of katakana, in my opinion, Japanese has a different mentality to adopting words, right? A lot of times when as a native English speaker, generally the English is trying to mirror the word that is adopted. However, in Japanese, in my opinion, while they're trying to mirror it, they're clearly not adopting English pronunciation, right? Meanwhile, English makes the attempt to mirror the adoption of the pronunciation of the words. You have arguments about croissant, right? Croissant, or taco, quesadilla, queso, things like that. They're trying to be that word as opposed to using English phonetics. And then katakana is trying to keep the kana, but adopt that word. So they're like absorbing the word as opposed to mirroring. Because they can, in my opinion, there are so many words in katakana where they can legitimately choose to sound English or not. Like tennis. Tennis, right? Tennisu, right? There are words that come really shockingly close, but it's still the discipline. You gotta keep it within the Japanese phonetics, right? The word you're looking for might be ekisu. It means extract from, ekor. Yeah, ekor. Or ekor. I don't actually ever have been able to pronounce this word. Yeah. Or it might even be pronounced, it might be even written differently. It might be written this way. The only reason I know of what you're talking about is because of video games. It's because of video games. When you get extracts from plants, right? When you like take out a wild plant or something, you get this. I'm pretty sure it's this. Ekor. Yeah, ekor. When you do like herbalism, like a skill in like an RPG game, you always get this type of thing. Ichor, the fluid that flows like blood in the veins of the god, a water. Oh, so what is this? So it's this one, right? However you like, I don't remember which one it is, but it's one of these, right? What is this one? Is this a word too? I don't even know. Like, this is why English is like, is that a word? No, it's not. It is, but it's not the same. No, it's not. Okay, it's E. Yeah, it's E. I mean, not E, but E. I mean, I. It's I. This one, not this one. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah, because of video games, because of herbalism in RPG games. Ugh. I'm telling you, English is gonna be the end of me whenever I'm talking about another language. There's some random Portuguese loan word. Saboten. I don't know the Portuguese word from that. Soap? Oh. For some unknown reason, I see. Interesting. For cactus? That's a wild one. In Duolingo, it's soap. Oh no, wait, is it? Did they introduce soap? I don't think they introduced soap. I'm just kidding. The closest thing I can think of is supu, which is soup. Let's see. Let's find out. Do they have sopu? Yeah, they have sopu. Sorry, I'm looking at G Show right now. They have sopu. It's not. Oh, I guess it's marked as a common word. And then we have what is this? Set ben. Oh, I see. Oh, interesting. Set 10 is looks like a Japanese word. Set 10 for soap. Yeah, okay, set 10 is more common. I see. Watering can. Jo. Jodo. Yeah, it's also from the Portuguese joro. But I think it's an old Portuguese word since I don't recognize it. I see. Listen, fictitious, I can't read IPA. I can't read that, okay? I don't know that pronunciation thing, okay? I just go with Ecor. Ecor. But it could be Ecker if you have a different accent. It could be Ecor, Ecor, Ecker, Ecor, Eker. All of those. Get good? I'll show you. Yeah, second. Yeah. I as in me, you, I. I as in me. Me. It's all of the above, I'm telling you. You're doing stuff. Well, I'm gonna show you some e, I, U, me, you. Oh gosh. What'd I do? Oh. Is it kitakuchi ni? Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's fine. They want
北口に
ni. Yeah, because of that's fine.
パン屋
Panya
はありますか
Ikora, it's all of the above. Stop being a butthead. Yeah, Icor. Sure, Icor. Got it. Icor. It's all the vowels of E. It's all the vowels of I. And it's all the vowels of R, O and R combinations. Icor, Iker. Icor, Iker. Ecor, Eker. Eker. And I missed one. Ecor. Oh man, they really want this. What a butthead. Do I know Mandarin? I know some Mandarin. I can intuit Mandarin. That's all. That's probably the people asked enough, and I think the best way I can answer is I can intuit Mandarin, and that's about it. That means that I'm not literate. I'm not semantically literate in Mandarin, but I can intuit Mandarin because I was a product of total immersion. So I can intuit Mandarin, but I'm not semantically and intellectually trained or studied in Mandarin. Have you ever had a friend who randomly hear a different language and respond in a different language, but they understand the language, but they don't know how to respond in that language? That's the thing. That's the intuit. Tonal languages sound a bit intimidating for you. I used to do music and I was very tone deaf. I'm sure you're not tone deaf, but since you already do music, then you might as well hit up a tonal language. You know what I mean? It's funny you mentioned that, but music, do you do vocal production? In the chat, do you do vocal production by any chance? Or musician? If you do vocal production, like if you produce vocals as well as a musician, I think a tonal language would be a perfect way to enjoy the musicality of language, like a further musicality of language. I mean, Japanese have pitch, right? Pitch accent. So you can kind of enjoy the musicality and melodic nature of the steady and consistent mora and pitch accent of Japanese. But then you can sprinkle a little bit more on with tonal languages. You can mess around with your tone, you practicing American English as well if you want. Because American English's stress accent is a combination of speed, volume, and accent. Like pitch, speed, and volume. So if you want to like do voice acting or public speaking, like communication and speech practice, that's also a great way to integrate a love for music into language. That's how we work with Spanish here. Knowing Portuguese, we intuit it or whatever. Yeah, you intuit Spanish. Exactly. Yeah, you intuit it. There are many tone deaf people that can speak Mandarin just fine. 1 billion people. Yeah. And tone deafness is not a on. Oh, I totally forgot. Yeah, I can add you. Where? Thanks for the reminder. Wait, I need to refresh this. I remember I need to refresh this. Wait. Oh no. Oh, you didn't add me yet. Let me find you. What's your name? Oh, it's called Your Top G Master. Okay. All right, there you go. Wow. That's there you go. So I want to make sure people I want to make a clarification. Remember that when you use categorization like tone deafness, it's on a spectrum. It's on a spectrum. So when you say 1 billion people are tone deaf that speak Mandarin just fine, that's not what that is. 1 billion people are on a spectrum of being completely tone deaf and not tone deaf. So technically any degree of tone deafness is a lot of people describe tone deafness in any degree of deficiency in their full range. But generally speaking, most people can do that. You said 1 billion people speak Mandarin. Well, that's what you said. You never. Oh, well, you were implying that there are many tone deaf people that can speak Mandarin just fine. 1 billion people. That would imply that you were suggesting that those people who speak are tone deaf. That's fine. You didn't actually say you said 1 billion people speak Mandarin. You actually said something else, but that's understandable. It's my bad. My bad for misunderstanding. But you didn't say that as well when I read that. Let's see. Am I grind? No, I like language. You don't need to grind anything when you like something. Phoenix. It's a perspective shift. Well, you can probably tell that it is acceptable that you think I'm grinding. I don't think I'm grinding. To demonstrate. Hello there, Xena. It's been a while, Xena. Keeping that streak going? Yeah, keeping the streak going, including the enthusiasm. Everything is a grind in life? Woof. If you think a life is a grind, hopefully you're doing well, Babin. Life is a joy, in my opinion. But it's interesting when people think life is a grind. And everything in life is a grind. That's interesting too. Very specific words there. Everything is a grind in life. For you at least. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Do you enjoy grinding, Gavin? Like, is that a word you're using as something desirable? Because I've met people who like grinding, like doing the daily grind. Like blue collar workers like to put in a good day's work kind of grind, right? They find that incredibly rewarding. It depends on what I'm doing, but generally, yes. Well, you just said everything is a grind in life. So it doesn't depend, right? Or am I getting that logic incorrectly? By everything, you mean most things? Most things is a grind, but not the things that depends. That's the thing about language, right? Oh, no, as in I'm enjoying it? Alright. Sounds good. Okay, so generally, yes. You're enjoying the grind. But it shouldn't depend, because if you're enjoying the grind, then everything is a grind. Some I don't like to grind, but I do always. Some I like grinding. I see. Oh, okay. So liking grinding is a mixed bag. Fair enough. But everything is a grind. But some are good, some are bad. That sounds about right. That's good. That's good. At first I was a little bit worried that you think that everything in life sucks. That would be I would probably go into my like 4 hours of just 4-hour digression on trying to encourage you to be more optimistic about, or like finding something that you enjoy grinding. That's pretty good. Fair enough. Yeah, that word is very multifaceted these days. Multifaceted words. Like I don't grind eating, for example. Eating is not a grind. For myself, personally. Eating is a pleasure. Okay. Oh, okay. Alright, we're going back to this again. Alright, let's refocus. What did they want? Oh yeah, they wanted the topic, the position.
北口にパン屋はありますか?
Yeah, fair enough.
アレックスさん、急ぎましょう。
アレクさん、急ぎましょう。Okay. Where were we? Enix. Oh yeah, and Nar is gonna be back in a bit. Alex, we should hurry. Taksan no, oh, this is that new phrasing too. Taksan no hito ni aitai desu. I want to meet a lot of people. Sure.
2時46分に着きます。
2時46分に着きます。Okay. Sure. I'll arrive at precisely 46 246. Precisely 246. Bus terminalu de machimashou. Do I like Android or iPhone? Well, I can't make a comment about iPhones because I haven't used an iPhone or like own an iPhone myself. My parents one of my parents have an iPhone, and I troubleshoot that every once in a while. So since I only use Android devices, then I can only default to Android devices. I'm not sure if I can't really qualify the comparison between iPhone and Android. I like Android because I have only used Android.
5時36分にバスに乗りました。
5時36分にバスに乗りました。I took the bus at 5:36. Precisely 5:36. Which tablet do I use when you do those writings on screen? Vithra-san? I use a just so I can give you a link. A link is probably a little bit more. I use this. I use a CTL, a Wacom 1 CTL 472. And for many people who know why I use that, probably also can associate it with the rhythm game OS. I use something that I like this because it has a very great raw input. And it's incredibly affordable compared to like some premium ones, right? I'll probably replace it with the same exact model in the future. If you're very shaky, you can still apply software smoothing for very shakiness, but generally speaking, I enjoy this for artwork and etc. Yes, I practice kanji and I do artwork with the same thing. And I play OS with it. I don't know if you're familiar with the OS rhythm game, but OS rhythm game is an aim dependent game, and I use a tablet to aim. I bought it with my own money? Well, yeah. I buy most things with my own money. Yes. Okay. 駅の西口で会いましょ
う。私たちはコンビニの前にいます。
私たちはコンビニの前にいます。What Android am I using? I have a Pixel 6 on me right now. We are in front of the convenience store. Okay. Yeah, it's a nice phone. 1時半に味? No. Oh, sure. 家を出ます. I'm leaving the house at 1:30.
ナオミさん、急ぎましょう。
ナオミさん、急ぎましょう。Okay.
ナオミ
We should hurry.
です。
Oops.
3、
Stop.
急ぎましょう。
Where are you? Oh, this one is the phrasing is not that natural, in my opinion, to me. どこにいます？どこにいますか？
どこにいますか？
ナオミさんの電車は4時43分に着きました。
Okay.
でもナオミさんはまだここにいません。メッセージを送りましょうか？
Okay. They are looking for a person. Who did you support in the recent? I don't participate in beef in general, so it's irrelevant. I do not have parasocial relationships with either of those individuals, so I don't have any comment in any beef, and typically I don't participate in controversial beef in general. I observe them sometimes, but those two I don't know what's going on with them. Naomi さんの電車は4時43分に着きました。でもナオミさんはまだ午後に行きません。いません。メッセージを送りましょうか？ So, Naomi and just Naomi. Naomi's train arrived at 4:43. However, Naomi is still not here. Yeah, still not here. Should we send a message? Sorry, I know, Coco. I know. When I translated, I heard myself say Gogo, but Coco. Yes. Welcome back, Nar. We don't autocorrect here too much, Nar. It's about making mistakes. And then intuiting our mistakes. Alright, so kanji, let's fill this stuff out. We have 15 minutes. Let's focus for 15 minutes. Okay. Tanaka. Okay. We have Naka. Makes sense. The overlap between Tanaka and Naka. Sure. Senshu.
車、中、
5分。
Tanaka.
Okay.
Tanaka.
Holy. Okay.
Naka.
中
Tanaka.
Sakana. Cute. Tanaka and Sakana.
8月
8月. I was thinking of something else.
中、大学
Alright. 1分。
1分、
1分。分。
1分、
1分。
分、
Makes sense. And then 1分。
1分、1分、1分、分、
7
10分。
10分. I was thinking something else too there.
分、
2
2
分。
分、 1
1
分、
分。
5
5
分。
分. This is much better kanji practice than the Duolingo you remembered. Did the Duolingo you remembered even had kanji practice?
分、分、
Because if it was before 2024, it didn't have kanji practice. Like literal kanji practice.
6、
6.
4時、
4時.
1分、9時間、分、1分、1分、
2分。
1
1
分、
分。
50
50
分。
分。
分、
7分。
分、
はい。
分、 1分3000 2回分
Oh. Did I hit the wrong thing? Oh yeah, I did. Nakayama. Okay, Nakayama and Naka, sure. Overlap, right? Nakayama. Yamada to overlap too. Nakayama. Eki. Tanaka and Naka. So all the Nakayamas. Fair enough. Naka.
Nakayama.
Oops.
Nakayama.
No, I know. That, again, yeah, Duolingo's got some new stuff and from the boomer era, yeah, it takes time, right? It takes time to make products and advance products and develop products. And yeah, Hun is not technically incorrect, but much like learning Japanese, you choose rule sets and you understand those rule sets. It's not about knowing what is right or wrong, but it's about knowing all the alternatives, right? And Hun is technically not incorrect, but it is incorrect here. So when you operate in a system, it is technically incorrect, as opposed to technically not incorrect. And also, saying technically not incorrect is technically correct. That's a double negative. But I know what you're doing. The good old American internet English, not incorrect is correct. I talk about it a lot. It's kind of funny. Man, it's a funny thing. I'm not like, I'm sorry if it might sound like a little laughing at you. I'm laughing about American English. Americanized English on the internet is like that. It's not incorrect, as in you're saying it's correct, but you're emphasizing that it's not incorrect. And I don't even know how to explain that to other English learners, really. Like anyone who's learning English, I don't know how to emphasize why Americans, like Americanized internet English, says not incorrect instead of just saying correct, right? So it's really funny. It's a thing that has happened in, I would say, the last 4 or 5 years on the internet. Ame. Naka. Yamada. Yamaguchi. It's so funny though. I do it sometimes myself. It's like, well, you're not wrong. Does that make you correct? It's like, no. It's not the same. You're not correct, but you're also not wrong. I'm like, all right. Sorry, English learners. We talk about it a lot. Guchiyama. Guchiyama. Sanbun. Hello there, spectating Crescent. Hello there, Crescent. Sanpun. Okay. Naka. Sanpun. Naka. Sanpun. Eki. Kawa. 7 分. Naka, sure. Yep.
Naka.
Mm-hmm. Eki. Naka. 3 分. Yama. 2 分.
3分3分
Okay. Naka. 1分. 3分. Eki. Oh yeah. Whoops. Eki. I was looking one too far ahead. Okay. Naka.
川
Kawa.
1分
1分.
家
Mm-hmm.
3分
Mm-hmm.
な
Okay. You won't see the kanji numbers that often normally in Japanese, so it's kind of easy to not learn them properly. Yeah, because they use the Arabic, right? We talked about this yesterday too. I'm Chinese, so I'm used to seeing them. Sanpun.
3分
Mika.
3日
Sanpun.
3
Mika. 2分。4日。
4日3
3
分
分。5分。
3日
Oh, by the way, I forgot to answer your question completely. When you said if I know Mandarin, I'm not sure if you said if I know Mandarin or speak Mandarin, but I intuit Mandarin, but I also speak Fujianese, which is technically still Mandarin. It's a dialect of Mandarin. So I speak Fujianese. 3日。
3分。
3日
Whoops.
か
3日。
3日。3月。
3階
3階. Like earlier an example that was like yoji 3分. Pretty unusual way, yeah. Yep. You haven't heard of that dialect? Yeah, it's not. You're either in China or you grew up in the United States. I don't actually know. I haven't really checked how big of a population of Fujianese people are in other countries. I imagine there are some big one, but the United States is the biggest. It's the biggest population of Fujianese people outside of China itself. And that dialect is orally transferred most of the time for diaspora people. So people who left China. So if you're not in China, there's no formal teaching for Fujianese. It doesn't like associate to Mandarin to the point where you can teach it through Mandarin. Angai. Kyo.
3分
If you were learning Mandarin, this would be my opportunity to talk about Fujianese a little bit, but not too much. Okay. Oh, and also, when it comes to people who are not who likes to learn a specific way and only learn like non-weird ways and normalized ways, Duolingo has this way of propping the people to saying like, oh, that's not how you say this, or that's a little weird. But what Duolingo definitely does, in my opinion, is they're inclusive. So they will show all the ways, and then at some point you have that flexibility to know all the ways, and then you decide and then find out what you find is normalized based on like, I don't know, your favorite influencer or your favorite native speaker. So generally things like when you say it's pretty unusual way, it's not really a specific unusual way. Duolingo will try to do all the ways. So to Duolingo, it's not determining what is unusual and what is not unusual. They're just trying to be inclusive. Random thing again. Gomu also comes from Dutch. Gomu. Like gum? I mean, sorry, gumu. No, yeah, gomu. Like gum? A rubber gum? I don't actually know what the word is in Dutch.
Sanpun.
3分. 3月.
3月
Okay.
3
3
月
月
9
9
月
月
3分
300
300
3000 Nice, nice.
3月
So we got all the suns. 3月 that we know so far.
3分
Oh my goodness. Okay. Ugh. Sorry.
3分
3月
Okay.
3
3
分
分 Out of stroke order is weird. It's so difficult to get into the groove of out of stroke order. 5分 3日
3
3
月
月
9
9
月
月 Okay. One more exercise. Okay. What else we got? Sangai. Sure.
3
Sanbun. Sanpun and Sangai. Fair enough.
3分
Sanpun.
1分 3日
Mika.
3月 3
Sangai.
階3階
3分
3分
3階
10分
何回3分3階3日
Oh, Mika. Alright, that's the end of 15 minutes. That is the end of 15 minutes. Now we got personalized practice, the 3 review, and I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Oh, it's from Gom? Interesting. Gom. I don't know any Dutch people at the moment. Oh, I actually have a question for you, Nar. Going back to your own deafness, have you done a frequency response for your ears? That's speaking of very accessible things. You can definitely do a frequency response of your ears. You're probably not tone deaf. Or like, you're probably somewhere on the, maybe your sensitivity is slightly off, low, but not even sure what that is. they just test all the varying frequency from going from like low to high, and then if you have like since you're already into music, you probably have a pair of headphones that are fairly nice, right? And you can just test your frequency response if you're actually tone deaf or not, right? They'll give you like different frequencies and then they'll go back and forth. You're just kind of bad at it. Okay. So like ear training, ear training. Yeah, I think my favorite thing is like definitely there's so many different ways to create alternative ear training. For tonality though, I think voice acting is fantastic for tonality, like listening to voice actors, even if it's not in your target language. I feel listening to accents or paying attention to accents of your own target language is incredible. I've not done enough music to get better at it. I did it just as a small hobby in the past. I see. Well, you can always do it again. Fair enough though. It's understandable. As far as I know, Norwegian also has pitch accent. So you can learn pitch accent or listen to pitch accent. You're probably already listening to pitch accent in Japanese, right? Because obviously I probably sound like some foreigner speaking Japanese at this point since you've learned Japanese already. So distinguishing between pitch accent, that's pretty much ear training for tonality, really. Tonality, it's funny because in my opinion, this is, I'm not a linguist. I want to make sure I always start with this. I'm not a linguist. However, to me, when I intuit tonality, right? When I intuit tonality in Mandarin, it's akin to more like a musical instrument a lot of times, but it's about slur. It's like the sliding. Sliding happens a lot in a tonal language, and that's kind of like whoop, ew. Like when you're doing scales, when you're sliding scales, that's kind of how I describe a Mandarin tonality. But honestly though, it's a sliding pitch accent in my opinion. Like if I had to frame Mandarin to someone who knows Japanese and probably even Norwegian, if that's what they're talking about in terms of the nature of pitch accents, right? A tonal language is it's slightly application of pitch accent, but it's a lot of sliding now, right? Like you slide up, you slide down, you slide up then down, as opposed to saying something like how does pitch accent work? Like I don't know, I can't think of a good, like gurai versus gurai, right? Gurai, or like kurai versus kurai, 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 kurai. Instead you could have something like kurai, kurai. So you're like sliding more. There's a lot more sliding in tonal languages. So Mandarin is one of them. You slide a lot. You slide up and down, as opposed to like there's like a sharper segregation, right? I know they still slide though. I know like a lot of people say like, oh yeah, you have like nakadaka, right? Nakadaka, but it's really like when there's longer words, it's more like it's like kind of going down, sloping, but a lot of times for like the fundamentals, you start thinking about big jumps, like segregations. There's steps, right? Like very noticeable steps. But in Mandarin, you're like kind of going like ew or like ew. It's kind of like sliding all over. But that's what honestly, that's what Japanese does too, to some extent. Your influencers that have these like spectrographical graphs, like the frequency graphs, you'll notice that it's kind of slightly wavy where it is. And in English, English is the same too. Like when you do pitch, if you separate pitch, English will have like something like this, right? But then you also have a volume. Volume tends to line up with the stress as well. For the most basic English, usually volume also is in the same place as the stress. And then the beat is like, if it's one speed, it drops speed at the accent and it goes back to normal speed, right? So there's 3 properties that you're doing if you're speaking English. It's a very generic example, but something like syllable, right? Syllable. If you're emphasizing you're gonna drop in speed, you're gonna increase slightly in volume, and your pitch goes up. Syllable instead of syllable. Syllable. So all these are aligned in English. However, most people line them all up in English. You don't do silly things until you start singing. And I think, in my opinion, if you like music, singing is fantastic. Like language learning, I think a great complement to language learning is singing, because singing breaks moda. Like when I listen to Japanese music, yeah, it breaks moda, it breaks pitch accent, but what it does do, in my opinion, is it makes you flexible. You're incredibly flexible. It's kind of like voice acting. When you voice act, you're doing things outside of the ordinary. So what happens is, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion, when you're practicing goofing around in production, then it brings confidence that if a language demands that you be able to produce a sound, since you've been singing a lot, you're ready for it. And listening to music, singing, especially singing, listening to singing and voice acting also allows you ear training to listen to various modifications in sounds. At least that's my opinion. The reason why I don't really concern myself with like pitch accent and stuff, or worry about bootstrapping through pitch accent and whatnot, is I actually spend most of my time listening to people speak. If there's anything I consider myself specialized in, is communication. So I listen to lots and lots of different types of people speak all the time, and I'm fascinated by the way they change their pitch, right? Pitch, speed, and volume all the time. Oh, and then, amongst other things are like idiosyncrasies, like filler words, cadences, breaths, things like that. So if you ever find someone you like hearing speak, right? Characterizing someone that you like hearing all the time, and then characterizing the people that you don't like hearing all the time, or why it's jarring or whatnot. When you start breaking that down, you're training your ears. And then if you ever have time, you can try to mimic them. Like, how do you sound like the next viral sensation? Why does the viral sensation sound so hype, even though they're using the same language? As in, like, the words and vocabulary might not change, but this person seems so hype and this person seems so mellow. What are the speech patterns? What are you listening for? And that's kind of my hobby in general. So I think language learning plays into that quite a lot. Like, you have to be able to tease these things apart. And for me, I think having that under your belt, knowing that you do that, I don't think Mandarin and Japanese or tonality and stuff becomes any less daunting. Like, it becomes less daunting. The world of sound and speech is quite fascinating. I used to only think of it in terms of alphabet in Portuguese, but it gets more complicated than that quickly. Yeah, that's understandable. I love to hear that retrospect, that language learning and stuff showed all the, showed more of it, right? Like, for example, I don't even know what an alphabet is anymore, right? Just that term that you said, the term alphabet, I don't understand what an alphabet is. In fact, while I'm not a linguist, right? I'm not a linguist. There are outstanding questions in linguistics. What constitutes an alphabet, for example? Like, lots of basic units, right? The most foundational units are hard to define, much like many other studies in science. It's difficult to define fundamental units, like what constitutes a word. The more languages you acquire, or the more languages you like observe, and these questions do not have unifying answers, right? What's a syllable, right? What's a sound? What's a basic unit of sound in a language? Well, it's very dependent, right? So you cannot, there's no universality of these things. It's kind of like science, the different disciplines of science. What is the, like, for example, what is the basic unit of life? What is the basic unit of life? You might be thinking, oh yeah, from the outside, there's obviously a basic unit of life. But you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. I have a scientific background, and my definition differs from a lot of people who are in different disciplines. When you ask a scientist, what is the basic unit of life? Heck, you could make the argument it's water, but if you ask a biologist, they might give you carbon, and then if you ask a cell biologist, they might say the cell, right? If you ask like a physiologist or someone who's on the macro level, you might be saying sentience or behavior, like a psychologist maybe sentience or something. Like, I don't know, it will vary completely. And much like linguistics, when you have a study, it's very difficult to quantify fundamental units. Otherwise, having a universal standard is, I can't even express how unbelievable of a paramount, like how unfathomable universal standardization is. I don't think there are many. I'm not well educated enough to know, to give a informed example of a universal standard, but maybe gravity. I don't know. You could make an argument that gravity is a universal standard. There are some things in mathematics that I don't obviously appreciate, physics and theoretical physics and mathematics, that are aiming to have universal standards, as in this is the everything unit, the unit that's fundamental to everything. I've always been on like slightly on the outskirts. The closest I can get to is like a nitrogenous base in your genetic code. That's probably one of the foundational units. But then again, immediately then you'll start thinking about chemistry, and now you're thinking about protons, subatomic particles, and then now you get into the realm of physics, and I don't even want to believe that I understand what a neutrino is, or a quark, or like a boson particle. Like, I don't understand any of those things. Those are just, I'm throwing out jargon because they come up in pop culture and not because of my understanding of them, right? And an alphabet would be one of those words, right? Yeah, the Portuguese alphabet isn't very complete either, and has some letters we rarely use since it's basically just copy and pasted from English. That's fair. Honestly, I watched another linguist take on adding accent marks as a meta layer to English. And when I think about adding accent marks, I basically think about the English alphabet, right? If it was expanded with accent marks to accommodate the vowels, then you would have a longer alphabet. But the longer alphabet would not be like the base characters. It would be more like your kana in Japanese, right? So therefore, if you had that, you could kind of make an argument that the standard of the English alphabet, like from a perspective of the English alphabet, comes closer to kana. But because the English alphabet isn't a sound collection, right? It's not a sound collection. Whenever someone says, what is the Japanese alphabet? From an English perspective, there's a disconnect between the kana and the alphabet of English, right? Imagine having like the alphabet starting with like A, I don't know what the accent marks mean, so I'm just making stuff up. And I don't know, like this. Imagine if the first three letters of the English alphabet is A, I actually want a content creator, right, to make the English alphabet into a kana and then like sing it like A, B, C, D, like the mnemonics that we have, like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, that kind of thing. I want to hear a content creator do the kana of the English language and just listen to when there's like three vowels and four vowels. Yeah. Oh yeah, and yeah, the tilde, and there's tildes too, right? Like it would be really funny. I would want to see that, because in my opinion, then we can kind of sort of unify, sort of. Then the Japanese kana would be closer to an English alphabet, and that's kind of funny. I think that's beautiful that they're so different. At the same time, do you need to know this? I don't think so. When you're speaking a language and you're communicating with other people, this type of stuff, it's extra. It's very extra. It may make your conversations a lot more interesting, but it's really not necessary. Yeah. Always telling people, like, when you approach a Japanese person who's learning English, the first thing they'll probably go over, because of how Japanese works, is probably the alphabet, the English alphabet, right? Their ABCs. But the moment they learn ABCs, they've already been clickbaited, so to speak. They've already been clickbaited into thinking that this is normalized sound, which it's not. Because it's, some of them aren't, some of the letters in the alphabet aren't even sounds. Like a C. Oh, actually, I guess you could say, as long as C, they are a sound, but they are a sound, but only if they stand alone, right? Like speak baited, yes, speak baited, and also hear baited, right? Click baited and hear baited and speak baited immediately. Like the only thing I can think of is like high C. Okay, high C, sure. If C stands alone, it's C, but it's never C. Like there's no other time it's C. Or C, it's ka and ka, like it's like, and it's not, and sometimes it's not even like C, it's ka, right? And k. So I honestly, when I like hiragana, right? Like hiragana and katakana, it's so different, and it created such a wonderful understanding of how other languages are. I think Japanese kana is so refreshing because I didn't know any other system before that, right? Any other system before that. And I learned Spanish as a second language, by the way. Spanish was my second language. And it's still remotely similar in terms of the way, like, the quote unquote, the sounds are portrayed. But this is pretty sweet. I think the way kana works is pretty sweet. Like, I'm sorry, but B is not B. B is not B. Man, that feels bad, man. Feels really bad. That's a reflection of my learning in Japanese. Like, when you learn Japanese and you learn your kana, it's like that is the sound. That's the sound. That's the sound that thing makes. But then right, you're like, oh yeah, I know my kana, and then deep cut into kanji, and it's like, oh no. and then you're like, oh yeah, I got some of the kanji down, and then in comes pitch accent. And then you're like, oh, okay, well, you know, I like language is a journey. Then you resort to language is a journey, right? Language is a journey, and then you're good to go. I've already predicated, and then kanji. Yeah, and then kanji again. And then kanji again, right? Like that. So these are like the 5 stages of language acquisition, or like 5 stages of Japanese language acquisition, like psychological acquisition. It's like, yeah, and then yep, okay, nope, yep, and then like, okay, whatever. We're just having fun now. We're getting confused, but also putting a smile on your face, right? You're learning, you're engaging, you're smiling. There you go. First time I learned hiragana, I wasn't even learning Japanese. I was just learning that I had no idea kanji existed. I learned about it like a year after that. Oh, okay. Yeah. Duolingo is when I started learning Japanese. So Duolingo, right on day 1, they slap you in the face with like, here's hiragana. And it's like, all right, well, I guess I should learn the hiragana. And then around 1 week later, they're like, you should know all your katakana by now. I'm like, all right. And turns out I did. So by coincidence. Anyways. Learning language is fantastic. It's a little bit unfortunate that pragmatic use, and what I mean by that is there isn't a lot of, at least in the United States, I'm not sure if it's what it's like in Brazil or wherever you are, Crescent. In the United States, there's not a high incentive for it, since the national language is the common language, right? It's at the moment the universal common language, and it's a little bit unfortunate. So you have to be in a privileged position in order to be interested in language learning. There are some experts out there that are making the case that having secondary language as a enrichment tool can help you transfer those skills. Like, it can boost the holistic proficiency of a person, and that may incentivize using privileged time to acquire a second language. So things like making a case like, oh, we should continue to teach more than one language in classes, in obligatory classes like high school, middle school, and elementary school, in order to have holistic benefits. Things like what I meant by having kids engage in music. Music has holistic benefits. Ear training, certain things, right? Learning science has holistic benefits, as in when you learn to solve problems in science and view abstraction of the physical world and like literal observation skills, those can have holistic benefits. So there are arguments for that right now. However, the hyper objective nature of the informed world has begun to streamline and optimize many things. And oftentimes the benefits, quote unquote, holistic benefits and pragmatism of learning more than one language outside of the common language, English, is a hard sell because of what people aren't making enough money, right? Like there are other resources and concerns. And in this day and age, right now, the current status of encouraging people to use their privileged time to learn a language that's outside of English proficiency is quite difficult in the United States. Yeah, I know that sounds like a really politically correct and safe discussion, but usually that's the best way I can describe it, because it illustrates how difficult it is to get by that argument. Brazil has become more self-sufficient, so many not feeling like they need more than Portuguese. Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, the young people have been learning English more in recent times, so it's been a bit of both worlds. Yeah, here too. In terms of formal education, it's tough to be able to know where to go in the future. It's like really mixed here. Like, oh yeah, well, we know English. That's the common language universally. And then you have to make a strong case for diverting time from saying like learning science or learning math or something using one language versus diverting and using multiple languages, right? Or diverting time. And oftentimes to get it into standard practice, you have to make a holistic argument, as in what are the other benefits? And for me, all the benefits that I usually think about are a hard sell, as in language can open perspective, as in it can teach a student how to perceive things differently, right? Work in an entirely exclusive system or maybe a related system. And that type of system thinking and how you navigate those production, like how to produce, how to output and input different systems, that overall can enhance and develop a student's ability, or like a kid's ability, to develop skills, learning, and problem solving. Like my argument is generally when you constantly go back and forth and learning various systems, it promotes natural, intuitive problem solving. So as they become adults, they might become more effective people that contribute to a larger society. Then you can make an argument to a governing body that, hey, we should continue encouraging people to learn a different language. That's how I would probably attempt to approach it if I was some sort of representative for formal education or something. However, I'm not in there anymore. I don't work professionally anymore, so that's a tough ask. But it's awesome that the internet is a place where passionate language learners can still exchange fun little quirks like what we talked about earlier regarding speech and sound baiting people with the alphabet. Oh, I think my parents, to this day, my parents aren't quite sure of all the sounds. Yeah. They've heard it a ton of times, you know, like lots of times, but not enough. Daigaku. Let's not even talk about accents, right? Daigaku.
大学
I don't want to drone on too much. I've been slacking on my lessons lately because I love having discussions like these. Internal monologue and all. This is personalized practice. もっと静かなパソコンを探します。もっと静かなパソコンを探します。4時間。4人。来月。Oops.
来月
I don't want to talk about it.
大学
Daigaku. Oops.
10月
I had other thoughts in my head while I was trying to refocus.
ナオミ
Naomi-san. Keiki o kirimashou ka? No, kirimashou ka? Kirimasen ka, sorry. Kirimasen ka? Would you like? Should you can't cut the cake? Okay.
ケーキを切りまか
Naomi-san, keiki o kirimasen ka?
バンドに会いたいです。ここに並びますか
Stand in line. What was the first part?
バンドに会いたいです。ここに並びますか
Oh, I want to meet. I want to meet the band. Where do we line up? Or do we line up here? Are we lining up here, etc.? Should we return to the seats? This is Modoru.
席に
Modorimashou ka?
戻りましょうか
Seki ni modorimashou ka? Oh, I got something in my eye.
大学
Daigaku.
大学
Okay. Cross. Cross is wataru. Yeah, wataru. So, would you like to cross here? Koko de watari senka. Watarimasen ka? Koko de watarimasen ka?
ここで渡りませんか
Daigaku, something. Hairimashita. Hairimashita. Enroll. Daigaku ni hairimashita. Senko wa sugaku. Yes. Math.
Wa.
My major is math. Senko incense. I mean, my incense is math. I'm just kidding. But not kidding.
ケンさん、どこに並びますか？
Ken-san, doko ni narabimasu senka? Yeah, this is Ken, are you going to vocative? Are you going to line up? Where are you going to line up? Sorry. Where are you going to line up? Vocative, Ken-san. Vocative, Ken-san.
ここで渡りませんか？
Kokote watarimasen ka? The reverse. They're paired up. The reverse is usually they come in pairs. Japanese to English, then English to Japanese. Would you like to cross here?
ナオミさん、ケーキを切りませんか？
Naomi-san, keiki o kirimasen ka? Would you like to cut the cake? Or I forgot like. Hey,
席に戻りましょうか。
Seki ni modorimashou ka? Yeah. Should we return to the States? I actually think it's faster to translate Japanese to English than English to no, sorry. It's faster to just know the Japanese as opposed to having the English. I think it's more confusing.
ナオミさんは東京の大学に入りました。
Okay. Like this takes me longer than the other way around. Because you don't have to translate this. It's right there. Don't you guys know what that says? Naomi-san wa Tokyo no daigaku ni harimashita. Naomi enrolled at a university in Tokyo. Think of these two languages, interim of each other, great now, makes them kiss. Think of these two languages in terms of each other, great now, make them kiss. I always think of things in multiple languages. So it's my most comfy area. I personally do not resonate with people who only think in one language at a time. If I sound like a slow person in both languages, then so be it. I actually speak English very slowly. In my opinion. Whenever I listen to myself, I'm always at half speed. That's not that I'm doing it unintentionally. I'm actually doing it intentionally. Anime where every character is an anthropomorphized version of a language sen. Wait. Is there an anime that does that? I've seen a lot of weird, like, have you seen, what is that anime that had, you know how the current TikTok or like current YouTube shorts where they have people and anthropomorphize, like they will wear a shirt. It's like, I'm English, I'm French. Yeah, I was just about to say, I watched that anime, the comedy anime where each of the character was a country. It was okay. It was like very, very cheap stereotypes the whole time. It was like non-stop cheap stereotypes. There wasn't like super deep nuanced things. Like they didn't cut super deep. The comedy cut superficially. Like they didn't hammer it like deep. But it was fun though. I think it's fun. It's good fun. It's good fun. The one with the there's also the thing where like girls are tanks and cars and you know that kind of deep rabbit hole. And the girls are airplanes and different vehicles. But they're still girls. I don't. It's something that's a little too deep. Not the gas station scene. Dude. I that's a little too much for me. Gasoline, yeah. So like that's a little too deep for me. When they do the whole there's also I mean, there in video games it exists too. If people like Xenoblade Chronicles, weapons are people. You know, they've done that for a while too, right? Weapons are people, usually girls. Sorry, like obviously this is a niche part of things, but you know how like use me, I'm a sword kind of thing. Like, yep. Sorry, kids, but let your imagination run wild. But the country one, the comedy is great until they ran out of material. Like the material started not getting deep enough. The country one, I forgot what it's called though. I forgot what. There was another one where there's another anime where they use all the spiritual leaders, and that one only in Japan, man. Like I watched some of it. Wow. I imagine it didn't become very popular because like Buddha was talking to Jesus, which was talking to like Moses, and like, whoa, that one's a little that one they went a little hard on that one. But I watched a few episodes of that where they like had representations of all the different religions. Yeah, anime sometimes when you get deep into it, you can find all types of experimental subject matter. The world of anime. Okay. Anyways, I'll let you guys hang on to those ideas. Oh, hey, Jake. Welcome back, Jake. How are you? Did you learn some Japanese today, Jake?
もっと静かなパソコンを探します。
もっと静かなパソコンを探します。Here's one anime that's like a comedy with Buddha and Jesus. Not sure if it's the same one. That's the same one. Yes, Buddha and Jesus. They the trailer has them like sitting around around a table and just chilling. And then there's more than just Jesus and Buddha. Others join too. I don't know how many they did, but it's weird. It's weird. It's fun to see what the Japanese people would write about these. I think that's why I was interested. I watched the comedy about the countries because it's from the perspective of Japanese people. So I have been often curious. And that was way back. That show is much older. So it was way back. It was interesting to see what their thoughts are from the outside. You learn hotel, department store. Okay, hoteru, departo, konbini, baste, and eki. Nice. Awesome. So you did your transit section. I think in that one, wasn't there like kaidan, maybe kaisetsu, homu. I think those things too. Oh, you're not there yet? Oh, okay. The sections have changed recently. So sumaho. Oh, was there sumaho? There might have been sumaho as well. That's cool. What's a good word? What's a good word that sounds good for you? Yeah, sumaho. What in your last like whatever you learned today, what's a fun word that you're keeping? That? Oh yeah, that's sumaho. Yeah, sumaho, smartphone. I think sumaho is pretty good. That was kind of a cute one. But Konbini depato, I'm not gonna have depato today, but like in these sections, but I don't know. That's okay. Meh. For me, it's a mid tier. Hoteru is kind of nice. You're gonna keep where it's doko. Okay, doko. Yeah, doko is nice. Oh my gosh, all the dos. I like all the dos. I think doko ranks up with do, which I don't think you'll get yet. Sorry, spoilers. Is it? Oh, do. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah. Dozo. Oh yeah. In do is also part of dojo yoroshiku. Yeah. True. That's funny. It slides off the tongue. Yeah. Indeed. I think hoteru is pretty natural as well for me. Like hoteru. It's exactly how you would think a Japanese person would say hotel. Hoteru. Oh, did you get like is that before in a unit before, did you get something like oh man, I had a problem with doresu. Oh my dude, dores. It took me a while. I keep saying dress, like I keep saying daresu instead of doresu. The O's and A's get mixed up all the time, like me versus ma in places, if you're an English speaker. Anyways, thanks for sharing, Jake. Thanks for sharing. How are you today? I'm going to look for a quieter computer, right? Yes. I'm doing pretty well. I've met another peep here. We've met a few peeps. Nar. Wait, where's Sub-Zero at? I mean, even Lotus is sort of here. But where the heck did Sub-Zero go? Nar knows Japanese. Nar knows Japanese and is learning Norwegian right now. Hailed from Brazil. So what are you up to? What do you do when you're not learning Japanese, Jake? What do you do when you're not learning Japanese? Or what are you doing outside of once you're done with your like lessons? Or whatever you have for your lesson plans? Watashi yasui 1万 前
Kyo.
Yoru. VR or school or outside? Oh my gosh, Jake, you better be careful. I think you might have triggered some alarm when you say or outside. You better check the coast. You have to make sure the coast is clear before you say or outside. I'm just kidding. I like outside. VR, that's interesting. I haven't gone in the VR space because you touch grass. Indeed. Do you hang out with anyone when you touch grass? Real talk though. Nowadays, not only am I asking people if they touch grass with other people, because people don't interact with other people anymore, and I hope everyone, even however, you're never too young, or in my opinion, this is a hot take, you're never too young or too old to meet up and make friends with someone in person. I think that's a really thing that I must emphasize now. It's so weird saying this because I come from a generation where you have to interact with people and meet with people in person in order to do a lot of things. And so oftentimes I emphasize that nowadays. I'm technically starting Norwegian and Japanese like at the same time 5 years ago. Okay. So I'm only focusing on Norwegian now. Okay. Fair enough. Your friends don't talk to you much? Huh. Is it because you don't have things to talk about, or you're at that level where you guys just vibe all the time, so if you guys want to vibe, you just don't say much? Oh, only on the phone? I see. What about video games and stuff? VChat. I don't know. Do weird things like show each other's Instagram or something. What I'm trying to, I'm not saying like weird in a bad way. I honestly feel that nowadays lots of people, their way of relationships are one-way relationships, as in when they say, oh, I know this person, sometimes often that other person isn't really aware if the other person exists, kind of thing. Do I support furries? I mean, I don't support, nor do I protest against it. They exist. I don't really participate in that culture, so I don't really know. Because they just crowd me in VR. So when you said VR, you mean VR chat. Yeah, well, that is certainly where VR chat shines when it comes to a social hub for that type of culture. Do you partake? Are you, I'm guessing when they crowd you, is that is that a interesting thing, an interesting experience, or what do you do in VR chat usually?
夜
Yoru.
夜
Okay. Onya. Next to yoru, that makes sense. Onya. Soto.
外
Yoji. Hito. Watashi.
安い
Just look at myself in the mirror and just woof, rough. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's fair enough. When you talk about, I just imagine, you know how you walk into someone's house and then if they have a lot of pets, right? This is gonna be a weird imagery, but they have a lot of pets and they all come up to you and then start like meowing and barking at you. That's kind of the imagery I have right now when you step into VR chat.
安い
Yasui.
安い
Sounds like overstimulating environment for me. I think I'd be a little overwhelmed. Mika. 4月 金曜日住んでいます火曜日
2日
You definitely would? Probably. It's very likely. Can you be invisible in VR chat? Like, can you be like low-key? Oh, this sounds kind of sus, but can you low-key lurk and not be visible to other people? That's a lot of tentacles.
2日
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 新聞
今日
4回前3年生
住んでいます
You mean no genitalia in VR chat? I mean, yeah. Are you talking about like avatars? That seems reasonable.
住んでいます
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 12夜住んでいます4月母
今日
今日 Oh, and I can't? Okay.
今日今日
I'm not hip enough for that type of VR chat. I'm aware of it though. I used to watch a few streamers who like were at the early days of VR chat, and it slowly spiraled into it quickly, and not even slowly, it quickly spiraled into some of that stuff. 2日水曜日7 3日高い
外
浅草で歌舞伎を見ましょう。
浅草で歌舞伎見ましょう。Okay. We should watch a kabuki performance in 浅草。
歌舞伎は面白いです。
歌舞伎は面白いです。Okay. Kabuki performances are interesting. What's your name in Japanese? Yours is G A okay J Jeiku. What's my name in Japanese? Probably hang on. Oh, right. Well, we should use katakana, huh? I don't know if I would use an E here or yeah. Probably like something like this. That's probably the closest. For my name specifically. Oh, hey, Henna. Hello. Yeah, that's probably the closest. But I just go by Maku most of the time anyways. And Maku is so much easier. Right. It looks okay too. Yeah, it looks okay. You know the thing about not learning a second language? You know the thing about not learning a second language is in Norway, it's kind of shocking. It's quite hard to listen to Norwegians and not hear English. Their population is very bilingual. Oh, that's interesting. Is it because they're toggling between English and Norwegian? Or is it that they a lot of times you find them speaking English as opposed to Norwegian? Like a lot of times I do this thing with my parents, and I think other people do it too, in a way, or it helps me in the reverse, where for example in Japanese, when you hear katakana, right, even though it's katakana, sometimes it might be the literal English word. I listen to this person who speaks Japanese, but they often drop and speak Japanglish every once in a while. And when they speak Japanglish, all the Japanese words I don't know is learned by associating with that Japanglish. So then I acquire even more comprehensible inputs when occasionally you drop them. And katakana works the same way in a similar sense. And I do this with my parents too. Things like Dignan what they'll call school. So what got school did it. So because they know that the context of having books, school then becomes a word they acquire over time, because everything else they know, but the word school gets acquired. Not that they toggle, but they use a lot of English phrases for effect, for example. But yeah, the majority of people there know English from what I've seen, in contrast to like here or America, where it's not such the case to know a second language. Yeah, because the role reversal, right? English is the common language. They know English because English is the common language, not the mother tongue, right? It's the distinction between having a country that the mother tongue and the common language is not the same, right? Like, I mean, literally the same, not figuratively. So if your mother tongue and your common language lines up, then you typically are a monolingual country. But if your common tongue and your mother tongue doesn't line up, then you're naturally going to speak in the common language, which is what I do. My mother tongue is Fujonese, but my common language is English. So you will probably hear me speak English most of the time because it's the common language. However, in every single household, there's an immersion baby if you're second generation in the United States. So in the United States, it might be common to hear English, but probably every single household that is a second gen will have a different mother language. But you don't hear that because it's not the common language used. Kind of like in China, I would say even in China, I don't know what it's like in China, but if I had to guess, Mandarin is the common language. If you visit China, you'll probably hear Mandarin, but most of their mother tongue is a dialect of Mandarin, not Mandarin itself. Where am I from? My parents are from China. I'm from the United States. And also, I think, okay, Norway is a very small country relatively, so in the internet age, it's hard to only know Norwegian. Yeah, the mother tongue. Yeah, also, I think, in a sense, most Norwegians know 3 Norwegians. There's 2 official variants, yep, taught in school, and there's an own dialect that they speak, yeah. Like if you go to China, a lot of people, if you know Mandarin, if you go to China, you'll pretty much hear and see that most people speak Mandarin. However, you'll probably pick up, like for me, when I hear a Mandarin speaker, I can probably pick up the people who speak Fujianese as well. As in, what I mean is, even through their Mandarin, I can probably hear Fujianeseism in their Mandarin. And that's not my common language though. So in China, when you visit with like Mandarin, it's the same with Japanese to some extent, right? If you learn Kanto, the Kanto dialect in Japanese, which most people use, the Tokyo Kanto dialect, wherever you go in Japan, you'll be able to understand the stuff. But immediately, if you spend enough time, you'll know that their quote-unquote dialect is their preferred speaking pattern, but they will try to adhere to the national language, the most common portrayal. Although I think Japan's doing its own thing a lot of times. When I see videos from Osaka, like there's a few people that I interview and live in Osaka, they sound very distinctively different from a person who has a similar mannerism, but they're like doing interviews and stuff in Tokyo, right? And then occasionally you get like some videos. It's tough to get videos out from Okinawa, because Okinawa is it's more of like a non-intrusive paradise, like a island place. So not a lot of social media in general, because they don't kind of like that. It's kind of a naturalistic place. Occasionally you can get material from Hokkaido, and that sounds a little different too. Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, and I think Americans also sometimes do the thing where they retrain themselves to sound like your particular Americans. So it happens a lot. Like when someone moves from the south to the north, a lot of times they do away with their accent. Even though when you ask them like, hey, what did you used to sound like? You'd be surprised how well they just switch and sound like a whole different person. Although Lotus said that Lotus he has a southern drawl too. Well, so he says. And he said he dispensed with his southern drawl. Tisk. I like when people can immediately swap in between them. Yeah. So Fujianese is that's kind of the norm. It's a shame, in my opinion, that it's kind of stigmatized when you mix hybrid languages, when you hybridize. So for example, if I start a sentence in Fujianese, I can finish the sentence or fill in the sentence with English. And then when I start a sentence in English, I can fill it in with Fujianese. The grammar structures are mutually not the same. They overlap sometimes, they don't overlap sometimes, but you can easily substitute speaking to my parents because they're used to hearing it. They're used to hearing, a mix. So things like Chinglish, Japanglish, Spanglish, That's very common for me. It's like the most natural way of learning language. So the more people say things like, oh, you know, I don't know tabemasu. I don't know what I want to tabemasu. or the other way around, right? Like 今日は天気no 今日は天気 no, that's bad. 今日天気は cold. Yes. Right? Or 寒い. Right? That's kind of the thing. And when you watch interracial couples, oh, it happens all the time. It's so fast. It goes by you like whoosh. Like it already, you already made a new account? Nice. For your new name? It's Jake. Oh, okay. Yeah. Nar, I don't know if you do this very often. I've met in actuality, I met a lot of interracial couples recently from language learning. The most common types of secondary language acquisition that people have really healthy relationships with, like when you want to meet people who have very wonderful relationships and perspectives on secondary language acquisition, are those people who are in interracial couples, because they are motivated by their other partner a lot of times to reciprocate their language. So their approaches and stuff are very sustainable over their life. Like I've already met 5 or 6 that have people from 2 different cultures, and they're already habitually encouraged to learn secondary language, not as a scholarly academic pursuit, but more as a personal thing. I haven't been in a context I get to see too much language blending. I see. There I'm switching, and now I've learned on Duo with you, and I followed. Oh, okay. I will grab your thing in a second. Your Duo account. In your Duo account. After this. Yeah, language blending is legitimately my middle ground. And a lot of times, if you're a purist, if you're someone who is not forced to speak 2 languages or 3 languages all the time, usually you get a lot of grief from purists, as in things like, well, if you're going to speak Japanese, you should speak only Japanese. If you're going to speak English, you should only speak English. Like, you keep them separate. However, if you're in an environment where there are 2 different people, if you have 2 different people, you have to speak both languages all the time. So it's very common. Oh, hey, there you are, Jake. Why are you making another account, Jake? You have a dual account, but I don't use it much anymore. It's just NAR1. Oh, I see. Well, that's okay. Yeah. What was your experience with Duel like, actually? You said boomer age. So, a couple years ago? You said 5 years ago was when the last time you learned Japanese. So, maybe even older than 5 years ago? So you can learn on my phone and learn on Duo with my phone. Ah, okay, Jake. Oh, okay. Well, that's fair enough. Don't forget to make time for yourself, Jake. Well, kabuki wa oh, kakkoi. Wow. Kakkoi desu ne. Okay. I was gonna make a Japanese joke here and say shizushi desu ne. Trigger some people. It's like, it's not shizushi, that's for weather. I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm starting to get to the point where you could really deliberately make some intentional mistakes and make people really angry at you. I'm not a troll. I try not to troll people too much, so it's fine. Kabuki performances are cool, aren't they? Back in the days, I used it a lot for Norwegian. It was much better than Japanese because the language being similar allowed for easier translations. Oh, I see. And well, Japanese course back then wasn't the greatest. I never did it very seriously. Yeah, since I only started after 2024, one of the biggest like changes happened in this year to the Japanese. So I can definitely empathize a bit. Just based on some of the things people told me about the pre-2024 Japanese course, I can understand. I can definitely understand vicariously the deficiencies. Don't get me wrong, there are still a lot of deficiencies, but I complement them in my own way. That isn't included in Duolingo. I make things work as opposed to having things meet my expectations. I also use it a lot for French for the same reason as Norwegian. Similar languages become much easier to use. Duolingo? Yeah. That feels what Duolingo's role is. Like the intent of design of Duolingo tends to favor that type of situation. Indeed. Oh, and you learn Oko Aka here. Oko Aka. Here? Or is that supposed to be here? I don't actually know. Oh, Coco aka here. Oh my gosh, English. Help me out. Coco, yeah, as in aka, also known as here. I'm like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about what just happened. That's what happens when you're thinking in two languages at the same time. It's not a bad thing. This is what happens when you think about two languages at the same time. I feel like I used it again if I were to learn a new language, but being at a rather advanced language, I find it much better for me with some more natural content. Fair enough. I do all of the above. Duolingo is my source of spaced repetition. I use Duolingo as a source of space repetition, but when I'm not using Duolingo, I do everything else besides space repetition, or like besides the way Duolingo is formatted. So I do 3 or 4 different manners of comprehensible input that vary to a different degree to switch it up, right? To make it so that I'm not doing the same things in the course of a day. Oh, right. Following. Let's where are you, Jake? Yeah, I can add you, Jake. Let me add you, Jake. If you want. Now's the time. You use a lot of Anki for Japanese? That sounds very familiar. I think in some places it was pretty good. In some other places I wouldn't have used it as much. I see. Fair enough. Yeah, Anki is a very familiar thing. It's random. That looks like Jake Facebook. Sorry. No, no. I know it's not face. It's probably not Facebook, but it's funny that you have FB in it. It looks like Jog Facebook. I hope that doesn't ruin your choice, but alright. You can always change your Oh, you just spammed letters? That's what you got after spamming letters? Alright. Fair enough. I see. Alright, let's keep going. Konya.
今夜
Konya. Zero. N. Yamada. Eki.
全部で8000円です。ポイントカードはありますか？
Wait, can I? Yeah. Which one? Let me get your thing. Let me get your thing, Nar. Is it Nar? I'm just gonna let's see how consistent you are. Is it Nar? Nar 1? Was it Nar 1? Is that what you said? I'm pretty sure it was Nar 1. This guy here. Yeah. Is that supposed to be Nar? Like, are we talking about the Nar? No, that's not how you write that. No, that character's name is not spelled this way, right? Is it? No. No, it's spelled with a G. You saw it as the zero as I read. Yeah, is that for the underscore or the space? Yeah, for the space, as opposed to like the Arabic zero. Yeah, the space maru. I wonder who that really feels like made that profile. I use that capitalization a lot. Oh, okay. You think you're rare because you got green eyes? Sore and Kore are easy to mess up. Sort of. I can see that, Sore and Kore. The kosoado, the kosoado stuff. Oh, hey, both of you are rare then. What are the coincidences? What are the coincidences? What a coinky thing. Two green-eyed folks.
1回
1先月会います
6つ
You wasn't bragging? Weird flex though.
3
3
全部で8000円です。ポイントカードはありますか？
Cash register. I heard reward cards. 1月
夜
Oh, trust me, being rare is... Oh, trust me. Being rare, Being rare it's not something that I tend to flex or feel like it's flexing. Oftentimes when I think of when being rare, it also means very lonely.
住んでいます。
住んでいます。4月。
4月。
2月。On school, blue eyes was the rarest. It was like a 5-to-1 ratio for brown, green, blue. Oh, that's interesting. Weird enough, considering my city is very German influenced. You would constantly confuse of which one was which, ore versus sore, until I made up the phrase aso over atso over isco. How does that work? Oh. Wait. You're gonna have to explain that to me, Crescent.
Kai-san、先月何をしましたか？
That? それ. Oh, so you remove the... okay. Oh, that's interesting. Well, that's an interesting mnemonic. That is definitely an interesting mnemonic. Yeah, for me, it's koso ado. So this is the mnemonic for koso ato. And you're talking about if you put a continuum, distance. So close up to unknown, or like far, or unsure. So koso ato. This, that over there. Question mark. Koso ado. Yeah. Because if it's so far away, you have to ask, where is it? That's where the do comes from. Like, ne? Do? Ne? Doko. So, you know, that's pretty much what happened for me. Yeah, do is like the limit as it goes. Yeah, it just goes into infinite. Like whatever. It is, you have to ask. It's the question mark. Yeah. Okay. Kai-san, sengetsu. Kai-san, sengetsu, nani o shimashita ka? What are you doing? What did you do last month? Oh yeah, this is the hajimete ginza no sushi tabemashita. Sushi o tabemashita. I ate sushi for the first time in Ginza. Daigaku. Sensei. Getsuyobi. Ki. Konya. Never really studied limits before. Yeah, the limits. I went with the psychology aspect, where in the end you have to ask a question if you don't know where it is. So that's null. It's a null property. Null properties are generally at the end of things. Like if you know it's here, or if you know it's over there, but if you know it's that over there, but if you don't know it's in all three positions, then you have to ask why. Or where. Or who. Or when. So the interrogative is at the end. Sengetsu. Konya. Zero. Yamada. Kanyobi. And oh, hello? I didn't click.
昨日初めて歌舞伎を見ました。
昨日は初めて、I did it again! I told myself I wouldn't. 昨日初めて I don't want to talk about it. 昨日初めて歌舞伎を見ました。I don't want to talk about it. I saw a kabuki performance for the first time yesterday.
8000円です。
8000円です。8,000. It's 8,000 yen.
2月。
2月。As in
疲れました。
February. 疲れました。I'm tired. Are you tired? 疲れましたか?
疲れました。
全部で8200円です。
全部で8200円です。It's 8,200 yen in total. Ta-da! Alright, let's get back to our current unit. Arrange to meet up. Okay. We'll do it this way. Like, 次のバスは6時21分に来ます。
たくさんのデパート。
たくさんのデパート。
デパート
Sure. Lots of department stores. A lot of department stores. じゃあ、what does everyone want to do? じゃあ、みんなは何をしましょうか？ Oh no. したいですか？いや、したいですか？
じゃあ、みんなは何
yes, が works, yeah, がしたいです。じゃあ、みんなは何がしたいですか？ What does everyone want to do? Okay.
もう家を出ましたか？
もう家を出ましたか？ I think that's what her. もう
家を出ましたか？もう家を出ましたか？
Yeah. もう家を出ましたか？ Have you left the house already? Did you leave the house already? Did you already leave the house already? Or did you leave the house? Did you already leave the house or did you leave the house already? Already. Throw your adverbs, you know, wherever you want. It's an English thing. 11時51分に地下鉄に乗ります。地下鉄 right? Right? No? Yeah.
地下鉄
At first I thought maybe they're looking for densha or something.
たくさんのバーもあります。
たくさんの
たくさんの
バー。
たくさんのバーもあります。
バーもあります。
あります。たくさんのバーもあります。
There are a lot of there are also a lot of bars, or there are a lot of bars too. Or what do we have here? みんなはどこに something ですか？行きたいですか？ Yeah, 行きたいですか？
行きたい。
Where does everyone want to go? Where? Yeah.
1分。
1分。
ケンさん、今どこにいますか？
Ken, where are you right now? Or where are you now? 今から新幹線に乗ります。I just now got on the bullet train. I just got on. I'm getting on the bullet train. Also, non-pass.
乗ります。
乗ります。Sure.
火曜日に予定はありますか？
Ken is too busy with Barbie. You know what's funny about that? I just recently watched a Barbie film. Just recently. May 6th. Yeah, I watched a Barbie film on May 6th, and Duolingo was in it. I wonder why they use Ken so much. Well, is that Duolingo mascot? No. Yeah, that's a good question. So they introduced a combination. So Ken, Naomi, Naomi, and Hana are the first 3 names. Yeah, no. In the Barbie film, someone was trying to learn Spanish. And it showed up in the beginning of the film. And it showed up near the end of the film. So Duolingo was in the Barbie movie. Just thought you'd like to know that. But yeah, they settled on Ken, Naomi, and Hana as the first names. Ken Tanaka, Naomi Yamaguchi, I think. Yamaguchi. And Hana Nakayama. Or actually, it might be the other way around. But they gave like pseudonames. That's basically... and since then, there's Yamada... there's like Americanized names too. Danieru, Erika, and Andoriu. Andoriu are the 3 katakana names. And then they added occasionally here and there like Smisu, Kaisan, Arexu. Recent one was Arexu. It's kind of tough to say actually, but I like that they're... I don't like it at first, but I also like it that it's challenging, like in a way that you get used to certain things. Like Arexu is kind of rough. For yesterday. Oops. Why do I keep... Yeah, Arexu. Yeah, Arexu is tough. I think if you haven't been outputting up to this point and trying to get Arexu, that can be really tough. Then there's other things like Samu, like Samu, Sam, Smisu, Smisu. Was it Smisu? Yeah, Smisu. Then they added like Yamada. Yeah, Arexu. Arexu is gonna be tough if you're like... I think that's a pretty rough one. It's almost as rough as things like Otodogu, or Baku, where you have like tus, like a more but at the same time you have a soft sound at the end. So like whenever there's like a t and a soft, like, I don't know, zoo, zoo, or like ku, or that's not ku, this is ku. Whenever it's like ku or gu, and then it has a t right before it going into it, those stuff can be rough because you kind of want to rush, and then sometimes you kind of blend it together and stuff. I can see Naomi, Tanaka, Yamaguchi, Hana, maybe. Probably just a name I personally haven't seen much, but Ken felt out of place. But yeah, might still just be me not knowing JP. Yeah, Ken I see a lot, but usually Ken is short for things like in my opinion, like Kenichi, uh uh it's basically Kenichi, but I can't think of it. But I think Ken tends to be like shortened too. I don't know. I don't meet a lot of Kens, or I don't see a lot of Kens. The only Ken is Street Fighter Ken. Street Fighter Ken is in Japanese. Ryu. I would have taken Ryu. I think Ryu would have been a stock, but the thing is Ryu is hard. But Ryu is so hard. Like if Duolingo chose Ryu, it's like shooting yourself in the foot for English speakers. For the longest time I actually said Ryu, oh my gosh, Ryu to help people, right? To help people. And then Ryu is like the, you know, Street Fighter character again, right? So Ryu, then Ryu, then Ryu versus Ryu, then Ryu. And to try to get someone to say Ryu after saying Ryu and Ryu, oh no, Ryu versus Ryu, that would be too rough to go with Ryu. Yeah, Ryu is so hard to say, I think, for a lot of people. So I can understand why they stuck with Ken. Ken is it's fine. What would I choose? Hito. I think I would probably chosen Hito. I think the bass you do sound more like you. Pause. I think the pause you do sound more like you. I don't understand. I think the pause you do sound more like Ryu. I always think of it as Ryu. It's not this. It's not this, but it's this. I don't know how else to say it, but it's definitely not this. It's this. Like how I pronounce Ryu. Like for Street Fighter. Yeah, Ryu for Street Fighter. I say Ryu when talking to other people, when they're talking about like Street Fighters. But I actually think it's Ryu. When you want to pronounce this person's name, it's Ryu. And then I would have stuck with Hito. I think Hito is a little bit okay, but it still has the do, right? It still has the do, which is kind of like, what other examples can you use for a characteristic name? Like, for example, a lot of people would resonate with things like Shido, but Shido also has an R in it. Ken doesn't have an R in it. Like Shido would be kind of hard to say too. And it has a sh. Shs aren't great with English when you have lots of shs. So we're talking about, like, in case you put in like Ken-san somewhere in a sentence, if there's another sh nearby and you have Shido next to it, it can be a little tough. Like Shido-san, but there's two S's, right? Shido-san, and then it could be something else with another sh. And if you put too much shows, I'm over analyzing this obviously, but generally speaking, I think there's some like intuition involved in ending up defaulting to Ken. I like Hito. Hito might be a good one. Oh, or Takashi. Takashi might be okay, but Takashi you hear quite a bit. There's so many names in video games that you can pick. I don't think Naomi is not one that I would pick. Hana, yes, but not Naomi. I think more like Kimiko. I think Kimiko. I'm a particular favorite of Kimiko. Anyways, playing favorites here. Okay, all right. What are you doing here? There is. Do you have plans on Tuesday? Yes. Shinjuku de Hana-san to aemasu. Okay. Kimiko sounds like chemist in Portuguese. I've heard that before. Yeah, like is it kimika or chemical? Kimika? Or what gender is it? Portuguese still has gender, right? Is it kimika? Like chemical, but like a chemist, but or is it really close to like it is chemical? He's gonna meet at Shinjuku with Hana.
新宿駅のどこで会いましょうか?
Shinjuku eki no doko de aimashou ka? Where? Actually, not where. Oh yeah. Where should we meet in Shinjuku Station? Oh, Kimika. Yeah, Kimika. Yeah, female. Oh, you can do both. I thought you might have talked about. Oh yeah, chemistry. Yeah, chemistry is feminine. Yeah, Kimika. That's only because of Spanish. I remember Spanish chemistry, like the subject matter is feminine, and then and you can use it for a chemist. Okay, and then you would modify the gender for the chemist. Fair enough. Yeah, I remember chemistry being feminine in Spanish. Oh hey, there's Sub-Zero. Hey, by the way, Sub-Zero, Nar is just starting to learn Norwegian after studying Japanese. Sub-Zero, this is the person I'm talking about. Sub-Zero is like weird. He's like, he kind of Sub-Zeros out. He chills so hard he melts into the seed, and then I don't know if he's like there or not. Listen, you guys can converse in Norwegian. This is language exchange. Think about it. No, actually, it would be Nar. If you learned Mandarin already, that would be pretty cool. Like the two of you could have language exchange like in real time. But Sub-Zero is interested in Mandarin. He's not Sub-Zero is not a weeb. Sorry, Sub-Zero. You're out of the house. You're out of the club. Okay, yeah. Well, you said just starting. You wanted to say you're just starting Norwegian. It's not my problem, okay? Well, now you can converse in like Sub-Zero is Norwegian. I'm helping a bit here and there. It's not working. Oh my gosh. We'll try harder, Sub-Zero. You're helping her study. Try harder. I hope your girlfriend does well on her exam tomorrow. That's you're trying to help. It's not working. All right, fair enough. Doko ni where are you? Doko ni imasu ka?
Imasu ka?
You've already met another Norwegian randomly on Twitch, and I talked a bit with them in Discord. That's awesome. I wish that was a norm, like a social norm. Nar, I can't tell you how that is not a social norm. In this day and age. But it is pretty cool. But hey, if you're interested, Sub-Zero, he's a really stand-up guy. At least I think. Unless he's like totally playing me for a fool. I'm just kidding. We know, like, at least from my conversations with him, I think Sub-Zero has the similar perspective to language learning that all of us do. I don't even know what he's doing here, because it's not like I'm learning Mandarin. We talk about multiculturalism a lot. So that's we talked about Pokemon a lot too. You cue the booby again. Oh no, Nar knows that. Nar knows all about that, man. Sub-Zero, you gotta get sweaty. どこにいますか?
もうすぐ家を出ます。
Your heckin' dialects. もうすぐ家を出ます。家を出ます。I'm going to leave the house soon.
今から電車に乗ります。
今から電車に乗ります。A Stavanger? And oh my gosh, his friend is Stavanger. Well, there you go. Maybe it's only those weird Norwegians on Twitch, you know? Maybe it's only those types of weird people, you know, like Sub-Zero. Just kidding. I'm kidding. But yeah, hey. Yeah, those weird ones, you know? Right? I would be floored if I bump into another Fujonese person. For real though. Who knows? Maybe you know him IRL or something. It's one of those creatures. Yeah, it's one of those. Wait, isn't that a small place? Like, okay, I'm gonna stereotype pretty hard. If you're from the same place, isn't the likelihood that you're gonna know each other because of the small population density in Norway? Like, if you found out that you have a specific dialect, doesn't that localize you to the high probability that you might have come across each other? Oh, it's one of the major cities? Oh, okay, never mind. Maybe that's too many people. That's right, Sub-Zero did mention about the city. Yeah, so, yeah. Sub-Zero did mention the city. That's racist! Nah, that's just statistics, okay? Alright? These are questions. I'm not making assumptions. I'm asking. Alright? Don't at me, fictitious, you old butthead. Could very well be, but I don't live there anymore. Have lived in Oslo. Oh yeah, that's right. He said Oslo. Yeah, okay. But is Oslo bigger? I don't remember. I don't know I don't know any cities outside of Oslo, really. Are there any cities bigger than Oslo? Because I can tell you, in the United States, I mean, technically the capital is, or like the capital, like for example, the capital of the state that I live in, it's puny. So it might not be true a lot of times. Fictitious. 今から電車に乗ります。I'm getting on the train just now. Okay. Oslo is the biggest, at least the most popular. Okay.
Get more with Super Duolingo. Reach your language goals fast with premium features that optimize your learning. With no limits to the mistakes you can make and no ads. Super learners are 4.2 times more likely to finish their course. Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
Okay. Is this train always slow? Okay. Oh no. この電車、この電車はいつも遅い。Right? 遅い。Yeah. 遅いですか？
この電車はい
つも
遅いです
か？ Oh, see, now you have to say that Sub-Zero is one of those Norwegians. You know, one of those Norwegians that don't watch other Norwegian streamers. I'm just kidding. I always like watching Let's Play on YouTube being younger, so I like watching YouTubers of languages I'm learning too. That is a fantastic way to learn and experience new things at the same time. That's a lovely example. I do that. I love doing that. You integrate acquiring new experiences with some sort of comprehension on the side, along with producing a secondary effect or primary effect on your learning. Right. If you don't like math, you know, if you have to do something else, you might as well do two things at once. Or three things. Or four things. Or five, however much that makes you comfortable. Right. Okay. That you can comfortably handle. When I go out to run in the morning, I actually cycle Japanese words in my head while I'm running. I mean, it's at least 15 minutes of practice. So I practice Japanese. I created a structure in my head where when I go out to run, I do a routine in Japanese while I'm running. It's also, I run right before streaming, so it's kind of a necessary process to keep my my efficiency going with Duolingo. もうつけました。もうつきました。もうつきました。東口で、hurry? No hurry. 会いましょう I guess. Meeting at the...
会いましょう。
We should meet at the east gate. The east exit. Something about watching games or streamers in my native language has never appealed to you. I tried playing Ratchet and Clank in Norwegian once, and I was like, dang, is this a kid's game? What the? I mean, it is, but it felt amplified here. You should just call Ratchet and Clank a kid's game. These are the same people that brought you Spider-Man. I mean, that's still a kid's game. I'm just kidding. These are... Is it something about the Norwegian language that makes it sound more kiddish? What do you play Ratchet and Clank in? English? How does that change with English? Let me think about it. What is Ratchet? In English. I mean, it's kind of... Oh, you always do. Hearing a line translate to Norwegian make it sound so corny. Oh yeah, okay, that's fair. It's the dubbing thing. It's the translation thing. Yeah, that's fair. I see that. It's kind of the same thing that happens when you try to translate Japanese instead of writing new English lines in for anime. Which, by the way, I don't know if Lotus is still here, but solo leveling, the dub is super excellent, by the way. The English dub is excellent. When I read about the excellent dub, since now I know a little bit of Japanese, right? At least so significantly, I think the dub really took some liberties on the Japanese sub. So sometimes you might be able to find dubs that it could be maybe I just dislike the voice actors too. That's fair too, like pitch, like how they execute and their intonation. Yeah, I actually, hey, if you guys watch anime, I think solo levelings, the voice actor took a lot of liberties. The English voice actor for the main character took a lot of liberties, and it really worked, as opposed to super restrictive. And it's a subject matter that you are actually very accustomed to hearing in English, actually. So a lot of the dialogue and stuff is more like it's normal. It feels natural to be talking about that in English. I like the West Norway dialects. It feels refreshing because it's not something I hear all the time, but it's a bit understandable when it gets to like, what the heck is that word? It gets a bit harder, so not so refreshing. Are you talking about like how it sounds, like the intonation? What is that word, by the way? What does that word mean? It looks like Trondursk to me, but I don't know any Norwegian pronunciation. Oh, dialect. Ah, okay. Cool. Or yeah, a dialectic family. Yep. Oh, it is pronounced something like that? Okay. Sub-Zero's asking probing questions. Okay. Alexu wa... Do I need the wa? Yeah. Alexu wa... Eki ni imasu ka? Oh, I forgot the honorific. Alex-san wa eki ni imasu ka? Oh gosh, this is I already know the answer, but Samson wa mada imasen. Samson wa mada imasen. Message o okurimashou. Samson no I feel like making that into a question. That's kind of... Anyway, Samson no denwa bango wa nani desu ka?
電話地下鉄の中にいます。
地下鉄 something
地下鉄の中にいます。
の中に
の
中に oh
中にいます。地下鉄の中にいます。
Okay. 地下鉄の中にいます。にいます。地下鉄の中にいます。I'm inside the subway. もうメッセージを書きましたか？ Interesting. That's kind of new. Oh, that's kind of cute too. Mitai desu? Mitai
見た
desu.
い
That's kind of cute. Oh, that's definitely coming from Azadi saying that.
電車の中でメッセージを送りました。電車の中で電車の中でメッセージを送りました。
メッセージを送りました。That self-deprecation. Your dialect. I don't know if people like the Fujianese dialect either. Honestly. It would help if I knew someone who actually knows Mandarin, Sub-Zero.
"電車の中でメッセージを送りました。
サムさん
Okay, Sam-san たち Sam-san たちはまだいません。Yeah. Samsung and Co. are not here yet.
私たちは駅の中にいます。
Give me like 2 months. Alright, 2 months. I could if I would.
私たちは駅の中にいます。私たちは駅の中に
something います。
私たちは駅の中にいます。
私たちは駅の中にいます。
ナオミさんたちはどこですか？メッセージを送りましょうか。
送りましょうか。ナオミさんたちは8時53分に着きます。So arrive in at 8:53. Exactly, precisely.
6分。
6分。
後でメッセージを送ります。
後でメッセージを送ります。I'll send a message later.
3分。
4時56分に電車に乗ります。
4時56分に電車に乗ります。I'm going to take the train at 4:56. Precisely 4:56.
この電車はいつも遅いですか？
この電車はいつも遅い。いや、遅いですか？ Where? Not where. Is this train always slow? Right. West. Nishi口のアンニャの中います。の中にいます。Okay.
西口
のパン屋 の中にいます。西口西口のパン屋の中にいます。
すみません。
すみません。寝坊しました。I overslept. Sorry, I overslept. 少し遅れます。I will be a bit late, or I'm going to be a bit late. Yeah. ダニエルさん、急ぎましょうか。
ダニエルさん、急ぎましょうか。
今は2時50 Mandarin is one of those languages I really want to learn but can't do it right now because a human can only do so much. Indeed. Lots of people asked if I'm gonna learn certain things, if I'm gonna do this, if I'm gonna learn that. Have I considered doing this? And like, yeah, a human can only do so much. Indeed. I'm already capped out. I think about Japanese like 14 hours a day. So I think once in a while now I find myself I tell people that whenever I'm cheating on Japanese, like, yeah, yesterday I watched, like, for example, I watched the dubbed version of Solo Leveling because I heard some fantastic things about the English voice actor. So, and then I went back to watch to watch it in Japanese in some scenes to see how the Japanese differed from the English dub. A great English dub, by the way, another anime with a great English dub is Odd Taxi, because Odd Taxi takes the form of a lot of normalized English content. Like the way the anime is presented is very close to a lot of English writing shows. Odd Taxi is like a hidden gem. I think that show is underappreciated. Or I'm not sure if it's a light novel or a manga. 今日は2時55分です。電車は time? No. Yes, 電車は time. 電車は3時に行きます。急ぎましょう。Oh no, 急ぎましょう。My bad.
3時。
I forgot to conjugate.
バスターミナルに着きました。
バスターミナルに what?
バスターミナルに着きました。
に着きました。
バスターミに着きました。
着きました。I'm arriving, or I arrived at the bus terminal, or we arrived at the bus terminal. 私たちは西口にいます。西口の本屋で会いましょう。
で、
ダニエルさん、急ぎましょうか。
ダニエルさん、急ぎましょうか。
ダニエルさん、急ぎましょうか。ダニエルさん、急ぎましょうか。西口のコンビニ
で会いましょうか。私たちは今解説にいます。
で、に、
Yeah, they're at the ticket gate right now.
カイさん、急ぎましょう。
カイさん、急ぎましょ
カイさん、急ぎましょう。カイさん、急ぎましょう。
う。Rapido. Oh no, I'm saying it like rapido, like rap. I mean, it's kind of close. Rapido. It's like a lifetime goal for you. I don't think I'll be fluent for a few years, even to be completely honest. Look at you, Sub-Zero, using the F word. And then the completely honest. Like an F word. Dropping the F bomb. 私たちは東口にいます。東口のパン屋で会いましょうか。You better watch it. The F word. It's a dangerous word. You know? The F word. Not that F word. The other
す
F
みま
word.
せん、少し遅れます。みんなは今どこですか？
みんなは今どこですか？私たちは駅の前にいます。We're in front of the station.
東口のパン屋で待ちましょう。
東口のパン屋で待ちましょう。We should wait at the East Exits Bakery.
すみません、少し遅れます。みんなはどこですか？
For me, fluent has been just I can live with the language like I can with English. Yeah, that's fair enough. But even then, it's not trivial to understand what that is. Indeed, fluency has no defined definition, right? And that's what makes it such an elusive word. There's also here's a funny human condition thing. When words are nebulous, there's more discussions about it, which makes it more influential. I know the irony in this, but generally speaking, when a word becomes less defined and more nebulous in nature, it is proportional to its sensationalism and relatability. Because of its nebulous quality, generally you have more discussion. Because one makes a lot of implicit assumptions and presumptions about a nebulous term versus like a generalizable term versus a specific term. So no one's arguing about 1,000 vocabulary versus 1,500 vocabulary. That's awfully specific. However, if one says a lot of vocabulary, then you're gonna have a lot of people. Psychology, right? Psychology 101. The less defined you become, the more generalizable the term. And fluency is one of them. There's another word. I can throw in a few more words. Competency. Ignorance. Maku, when being asked to define language fluency on a multiple choice example. Like, don't you dare. How would I define fluency on a which by the way, just so you know, if you ever get into graduate school, if you ever get into like the nitty-gritty stuff, most of the questions are like that. It's like define this, and it's always implied do your best. And all the time, if that exam is timed, if it's timed, I am so screwed. I'm so screwed. Because all these questions, I'm like, okay, all right. So there's 5 questions. All right. I'm hoping, so I have an hour. Okay, so I have an hour. So read, try, like 5 questions. Like, okay. All right. Let me try to take 15 minutes on each question, and then I start the first question, right? I actually read all the questions first. Then I start the first question, and then 40 minutes goes by. 40 minutes goes by, and I'm still on the first question, and I'm screwed. Like, I basically, then I'm like, oh no. So I spent like 2 minutes on the rest of the questions, and then I get like a 25%. I'm just kidding. It's not that extreme, but that happens so much. It teaches you to be concise, basically. Like, you're trying to be concise with your ideas. But the thing is, being concise doesn't necessarily mean how competent you are. Right? Sometimes high level of competency causes conciseness to go down. I honestly think that's the truth. But the conventional exams is taught in a way that if you can be concise, it means your competency is high enough to be concise. I disagree with that idea. I think as competency goes up, the conciseness actually goes down. Like, from a psychological standpoint. I don't necessarily think someone who knows and begins to delve more into things will naturally build an ability to be more concise. You actually have more questions, become less concise, and even more nebulous over time, as opposed to the other way around. But that's how formal education, you have to be forced to be concise. So when someone always tells me like, oh, so are you going to take the JLPT? And my first response is usually something like, I'm a terrible test taker. And if I am gonna fully learn Japanese, or like try to learn as much Japanese as I can, a standardized test is going to end me. Like, studying and practicing for an exam is different than studying and learning for competency. You study for an exam. You live to be competent. You continue, like, competency doesn't end. An exam does have an end. So that's kind of the idea. And over my life, exams were my bane. And what is the middle ground? I take oral exams. So if there's like I'm used to people, if you want me to prove that I'm competent, let's have an interview. And the reason why that is helpful is because, say the interview has a 10-minute time limit, but the time limit is based on the interviewer's ability to commit to me, right? So I will be able to gauge what I can say to this person in order to go back and forth. This person is not a robot. It's not a robot. So oftentimes I prefer interviews or oral exams, things that deal with another human component. Standardized testing so you might as well just end me now. You know? With that said, if I have to take an exam to do something, I'll do it, right? I'll do that. I don't have to, so that's naturally then I will choose not to for the time being. You can't get into graduate school without taking a standardized exam, so you still have to do it. Sumimasen. speaking of sumimasen. Sumimasen. 少し遅れます。I'm going late. みんなはどこですか? Where is everyone? 私たちはバスターミナルの近くにいます。This blunt, バスターミナルの近くにいます。About that, do you still follow JLPT vocabulary-wise? Yes, I do. When learning Japanese despite not taking the exam, I do. When people say, whenever people say Anki, my Anki is YouTube in the form of Anki, but JLPT. So much like a lot of people who use Anki for grammar points and like vocabulary, I follow YouTube channels that does it in a video format, and then they just flash the same thing as flashcards on it. And then that stuff is most of the most proliferative YouTube ones are based on JLPT stuff. So I don't go around downloading Anki lessons or something like that. I already do this. So this is before people kept like yelling at me for Anki, and I'm like, well, I'm already doing something that is redundant with Anki. I could drop this and then start doing Anki, but I like this. I hear a guy who speaks it, by the way. I hear a guy, three people who pronounces, they record themselves pronouncing these words. Yeah. That's what I do for Mandarin, at least. I follow the HSK levels, but I don't take the exam. Yeah, exactly. So Duolingo doesn't do that, obviously. It doesn't follow JLPT. I know for a fact it doesn't, because of the last several weeks of doing other things that are JLPT related. So it's kind of fun having all of the above, right? I'll just stick with one method. It gets, dare I say, it gets boring, but not really boring, but you get complacent when you get stuck with doing the same methods over and over again. I don't like getting stuck and being complacent.
アレックスさん、急ぎましょう。
アレックスさん, which means that, you know, in another nine-ish days, I'm going to change it up again a little bit. Just enough to keep it fresh. アレックスさん、急ぎましょう。Right. Alex, we should hurry. ラピド。
バスターミナルの2階。
バスターミナル。
バスターミナルの2階。
バスターミナルの2階。Not even going to add a desk or something. Or what? Not even complete sentence. Wait. The bus. Oh. Really? Alright, fair enough. Sure. Fair enough. Oh, no. I forgot to move the to the left when I was sliding.
バスターミナルの2階。
We don't need articles anymore. Fix this, English. We don't need articles anymore. I'm just kidding. The heck with articles. Okay, I need to. Oh, okay. It's only the review left. We're almost done with the day. Last one, the trophy. If I ever reached a high level, I'll take the highest HSK exam just to have it. I don't feel like having it HSK 1 or anything is of any value. I would take it out of curiosity, like the JLPT 1, maybe like in 4 years. I like how everyone would be thinking, like, here's my thing about exams. I only take it, okay, this is gonna sound a little bit counterintuitive. I prepare for the future, but I don't do the things that are required if I don't need to. So, for example, when someone asks me something like, they tell me a lot of things, right? Oh yeah, I just passed this, I just did this. And I'm like, that sounds great. And then they ask me like, are you going to do this? And while you're practicing, it's like, well, do I need to? It's like, well, no, you don't need to. It's like, all right, well, I'll continue to learn the thing until I need to. So most of the time, the moment I end up taking certifications and exams, I'm already over prepared for it. So much like you, when you say you don't feel like having an SAK has any value, my deep cut here is that whenever someone asks me to do something, my goal is to be prepared for it in the first place, not to be caught with my pants down. So oftentimes I don't cease demonstrating my competency. I prepare for as many things as I can. So it doesn't limit me to stay at the exam. That's kind of one of the things that's the other side of goal-oriented things. If you're constantly focused on a goal, not saying that you can't be successful this way, but if you're super focused on a goal, like if you're hyper focused on a goal, you can only be as good as the goal, and you can only care about the things that are related to the goal. So oftentimes, you know, I keep a nebulous goal in mind, like, I don't know, learn Japanese for 5 years. That would be like the use Japanese for 5 years. That would be like the lofty goal. But what does that mean? What does use Japanese mean, right? It's the opposite to JLP, right? 1 is the highest. Yeah, 1 is the highest. Oh, you're talking about the other way. You're talking about like you would go to HSK 5 and not care about HK. Oh, okay. So you're basically just stating the obvious. but wait. Hold on. It still checks out though. Like I prepare to exceed the max. Oh man, you should watch Solo Leveling Sub-Zero. I think there's a great lesson in. So I think one. I don't think Solo Leveling was like the most profound piece of work. I heard so many good things about that anime. Didn't it just drop? No, it's complete. The first season is complete. Anyways, it was recent though. The one thing is when you test your limits, like I understand, you know, lots of fighting anime talks about testing the limits, but this particular manhwa was able to touch upon something by illustrating it. And that's kind of like, if you're in a system, you got to test the limits of the system. So there was this one scene, you probably have done this in video games, but you can do this in real life most of the time. And the whole idea of Solo Leveling is life is like a video game. But the thing where he says like, you're given an objective, right? The quest says your quest is 100, do 100 sit-ups or something. But what happens when you do 101 sit-ups or 102 sit-ups? Right? That's testing upper limit and lower limit of design. And that's kind of what I mean in a really vague way about goals. Be careful about your goals. Because sometimes I think people can do so much more than their goals. The problem is if you become hyper-focused on your goal, you also stop taking in any other alternatives. So when you fail your goal, you have no safety nets. And then when you reach your goal, you have no follow-up. And when you reach your goal, you didn't learn anything extra on the side. So that's kind of... It's a privilege thing, I suppose, because you still have to reach goals if there's a deadline. Like, oh yeah, I want to learn Japanese before I go on vacation in a year. That's fair enough. But if you're learning Japanese because you want to learn Japanese, telling yourself a finite goal means you're putting an end to something you want to do, which I don't usually treat things that I want to do as an end. Like, oh, I finished this. Now I'm gonna move on and leave my passion behind for this thing. Like, nah. When I learn Mandarin, Japanese and English is coming with me. When I learn Spanish, Mandarin, Japanese, and English is coming with me. You don't compartmentalize that stuff. Come on. Anyways, that's kind of... It's bad or good. You know, it's useful or not useful. Many successful people do what they are able to. But if there's anything that I've seen of people who are upset is these kind of comments. The comments that I'm talking about is, oh, I didn't realize that what I was doing is the wrong way. It's the wrong way to do it. Like, man, like JLPT1. To get to JLPT1, it's a very specific thing, so there's a right and wrong way to do it. Because it's more specific, right? You make an argument. Maybe there isn't a right or wrong way to do it. But instead of focusing on whether it is right and wrong defined by something, you could do all of the above. Or you can do even more than that. More than that. And oftentimes, I think there are a lot of brilliant people. Lots of brilliant people. Super passionate people. But they also put themselves inside a box. Like, you end up being inside a box. And that's kind of unfortunate. Crack open that box every once in a while. Peep out into the outside world, I suppose. A bigger universe. Deadlines help you get stuff done, but for learning, I find that it's hindering and just unnecessarily stressful. Yeah. So I am making it clear that deadlines are necessary if you have to get things done. Like, that's absolutely understanding. A place of privilege is to do something that is unhindered and unrestricted by deadline. So whenever you, in my opinion, when someone says, I love this stuff, and then they proceed to give themselves deadlines and stringent standards they have to meet, it's like, do you love to do this? Or do you have to do this? Because the moment you have to do this, it's not the love that's keeping you to doing it. It's the have to. Like what I mean by that is, I like for people to think about when you choose to do something with your free time, if it becomes have to, it's a very different thing than doing it because you love it. Like, you don't have to, right? You're going above and beyond a lot of times, and learning is kind of one of them. When you're choosing to learn something that isn't something you have to do, and that's the whole, like, your hobby becomes your job thing, and your job becomes a hobby thing. There are things you have to do, but hey, if you're telling me you love to do something, I hope that's not something you have to do. If you get lucky in your life, like super lucky, the thing you have to do is also the thing you love, then yeah, awesome. That's why that's called the dream, right? So, anyways, JOPT1, 5 years. I'll give it at least 5 years. Maybe someone will convince me to take the JOPT1 in 5 years. Real talk. If Lotus or you, Sub-Zero, still know me in 5 years, and you say, Maku, you need to take the JOPT1, I'll do it. But for now, it's like, whatever. Like, nah. Why bother putting yourself in a box and having to study for an exam when you have the whole world of Japanese language learning at your disposal? Why get stuck with Anki when you can do so many more things at the same time? You have plenty of time to experiment with various things. Honestly though, I'm kind of a hipster when it comes to these things.
もうすぐ着きます。
Alright, let's wrap this up.
もうすぐ
もうすぐ着きます。
着きます。もうすぐ着きます。
Yep. I'm arriving soon. I'll arrive soon. I already know the answer to this, but let's just it's Sanji, isn't it?
3時。
Now let's keep going. I don't have to read
今
all
から
this.
メッセージを送ります。
今からメッセージを送ります。今からメッセージを送ります。
アレックスさん、もう駅に着きましたか？みんなは今改札の近くにいます。改札の前で会いましょうか？
Okay. They're trying to meet up with Alexu. So, Alexu, did you already arrive at the station? Did you arrive at the station yet? Actually, did you arrive at the station yet? All of us are at the ticket station or ticket gate, but near the ticket gate now. We should meet in front of the ticket gate. Or should we meet at the front of the ticket gate? Okay. Looking for a place. Yeah, it works. I leave the house at 1:30. I'm going to leave the house at 1:30.
ナオミさんの電車は4時43分に着きました。でもナオミさんはまだここにいません。メッセージを送りましょうか。
They're looking for a person who arrived. The train should have arrived at 4. The train arrived at 4 o'clock. 4:43. But they can't find the person. Right, the person's not here. Naomi-san, not here. Should we send a message? Right. Posse. It's a Naomi posse. So they're inside the department store.
すみません、少し遅れます。みんなはどこですか？
They're in front of the bakery. Waiting. We should wait at the bus terminal.
花さん、今どこにいますか？
Asking, where are you now? Just got on the bullet train.
今3時26分です。
Time. It's 3時26分。今 now.
水曜日に予定はありますか？
What plans do you have on Wednesday? They're gonna meet Erika Erika at Shinjuku.
地下鉄の中にいます。
We are inside the subway. I'm inside the subway. Sorry, Sub-Zero, but every time I think of Subway, now I just think of you. Where are you? Okay. Real talk, Sub-Zero. You have to understand, when I'm saying Subway, do you have Subways? Actually, if you're still here, Sub-Zero, and not helping you, hopefully your girlfriend. I'm thinking of the food. And I don't know if it's in Norway or not. I don't know if it's in Norway or not, where like a cultural thing. But are you familiar with like using using food nicknames culturally? Like, I'm not sure if Norwegians do this, but it's almost universal. What I mean is like it's very common. It's like probably not universal, but super common for people to like over time. When you use nicknames, it's often dealing with food. So whenever I think of nicknames, it ends up like naturally becoming like a food related thing. Like, for example, like instead of saying Maku, right? I have personal friends that call me Mac, as in like mac and cheese, like that. So oftentimes food items ends up being people's nicknames, like Momo, for example, a Momo, or a dumpling. Or I don't know, like a peanut. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's common in Norway. It's fairly common in some personal Asian cultures, and in some Western cultures too, especially in the like Americans. A lot of times, like honey, right? Honey, cupcake, muffin, coffee. I mean, I can't really turn mine into anything. Jeans, I guess jeans. Jeans. Jazz jeans. Sometimes they use animals. So sometimes you use animal. There are other things. There are also diminutives. Diminutives are used to, and I can't spell diminutives. I don't know. It's something like this, where like you do like sub. This is a diminutive. You'll see this in Mandarin a lot of times, and even I think Japanese qualifies too, where you do you take the first syllable, and you double it, and it becomes like a smaller thing, like sub, or like cocoa, or you do the subby. Like, this is another diminutive, right? Subby. I don't know if Norwegians do this. There's also like things where you can add things. People always use the Spanish version, where they add like a suffix. I don't know, like ato, or you add something to the end to the name, which is kind of the same as this way. Well, I'm only showing English versions because I only know English versions, right? Sub kind of sounds cute though. Sub sub. I don't know. Sub sub might be pretty funny. Jeans. I think jeans is pretty funny. Or what I mean is like it's funny in the sense that it's very endearing, referring to yourself as a jeans. Here, it's very common to add an E or an I or a Y at the end of the name and treat that as a nickname. Yeah, especially used between kids who are given each other nicknames. Like mine is, oh, okay, Jeansy. Okay. Yeah. Mine already ends with a Y. So instead, they go with internal rhymes when you internal rhyme things. So I know I don't want to give this away, but I am probably gonna end up giving this away. I heard Gen Z. Yeah. Gen Z. Well, if you do Gen Z, you know what this sounds like, right? Sub-Zero. I hope this doesn't ruin your nickname, but do you know what Gen Z sounds like? Are you calling yourself Gen Z? Oh, Yen Z? Oh, okay. Yen Z. Alright, okay. I can get behind Yen Z, yeah, because of the G being a... I can get behind Yen Z though. Yeah, Yen Z, I can get behind that. Alright, that's fair. Because you have the... I remember the J and the J being Y's. Yeah, I could never make sure that I know if it's J into the Y. Don't forget that I learned Spanish. So J into the H. You know what I mean? So, I don't know what's the deal with the word. I don't know what's the deal with the letter J, but man, J is awful. Like as an English speaker, like I don't I don't trust J's whenever I talk to someone who speaks a different language, because I would have went with like Hensi, right? Because of H. Things like Jorge. Like Jorge. Like Jesus, right? Jesus. This becomes an H. Ugh. My Spanish colleague doesn't even attempt to pronounce it. He just says, he just calls you J or hey. Oh, does he say hey, or does he say J with the like a G, or does he do like G? Oh my gosh, I would be so confused. Okay. Yeah, mine would be like so I already mentioned my name a couple times. I was talking to Lotus about it. It's like my name is Gary. So instead, nah, it's just the J. So it already ends with a Y. So instead it ends up being something like Gare Bear. These are the types of nicknames that I would get, where it's an internal rhyme, where the one rhyme is the same. So like re doesn't rhyme with ga, or like gare doesn't rhyme with e. So they find another word that rhymes with gare. So bear rhymes with gare. So that's the type of nicknames I would get instead. And also, a bear is a bear, so I mean, I'm not that big, but that's usually the type of nicknames I would get. Or something like what do you mean that's creative? Don't get me started on nicknames, man. I have so many nicknames. Here's one. Sometimes Gare becomes Gus, and Gus rhymes with bus. So oftentimes when you have Gus, you think of a bus driver. So Gus the bus driver. Yeah, I know. Let funny of Yep. Yep. Anyways.
どこ
I like nicknames. I think if you ask yourself if you like write down, if you list how many nicknames you have, right? How many nicknames you have. In my opinion, this is a fun exercise. And I don't mean it's not a bad or a good thing, but sometimes it can create a lot of fondness, right? List how many nicknames you had and how many different nicknames you had in your life. Because that also tells you a little bit about how diverse of relationships, of different types of relationships or different types of people you have, right? If you say like, oh, you always use the same nickname, like the same nickname, like you have lots of friends, but you use the same nickname, it can be telling that, well, most of the people around you are similar people, so they tend to choose the same nickname. I've done this exercise before. I have 16 nicknames that do not overlap. So, and with those 16, I can describe how they are different, like the reason why they are different. And that kind of leans into the whole language thing, the language diversity kind of thing. If you're constantly around different people, the way they choose nicknames vary. I mean, my parents can't even pronounce my English name. That's the last discussion I had with Lotus. My parents can't pronounce my English name, so it inherently acquires another name, which ends up being the nickname, because my parents referred to me not by my English name because they can't pronounce it. I don't have a Chinese name. No, I don't have a Chinese name. Which is funny because that's what I told Lotus. My name doesn't have. So we were talking about this joke. I always give whenever someone asks me, do I have a Chinese name? It goes like this. I would respond like, oh, you know, my parents didn't give me a Chinese name. Right? My parents. You just sold my thunder. It's okay. I was just about to answer your question. This is exactly the pattern that I get all the time. So someone asks me if I have a Chinese name, and then I tell them my parents didn't give me a Chinese name, right? And then the next question would be then, how did your parents decide on your name? If they can't even pronounce it. So this is when the last time I talked to Lotus about the name, and I've worked up this story almost my entire life when people start asking me about my name, because I get this question all the time. So I usually come up with a story. I use the standard stock story where like, well, you know, my parents are fresh off the boat, right? They're fresh off the boat. They're not really. They've been like together for like 3 or 4 years, I think, and working at a restaurant. And then, you know, I was born. So they were like, I mean, we have an American baby now, so maybe it'll be easier to get an English name, right? So we should decide on English name. So the natural thing to do is, well, they don't speak English very well. They don't know any English names for that matter, you know, no speak English, right? So they basically said that, oh, our child is going to be a doctor in the future, right? It's guaranteed that our child is going to be a doctor. So they basically went to their closest male doctor, which is probably the doctor that delivered me, right? Delivered me, and they named me after that doctor. And that doctor just happens to have the very name in which it has a consonant they can't pronounce properly. They can't make this sound, and they definitely can't make it. And then that's it. That's the story. But Sub-Zero, all of this is a lie. I don't know why they they could have picked any. Yeah, they could have picked any Dr. Norm, but I don't know what the story is. I didn't even ask my parents. Maybe I'll ask my parents for next time. I'll bring back the story for next time. I honestly, yeah, I didn't. This is the story that I fabricated over the years because I had so many opportunities. And you know, welcome back, Jake. So they can't pronounce like "g," like "g" is terrible. "G" is pretty terrible. And then "ri," well, it's "r." That's just so it comes off like "we." It comes out like "we," right? Right? And G's are bad because they think it's G, but it's actually "g," and they can actually say "g," sort of. Right? But they can't do "gar." It's "gar." Yeah, it's "gar." And you know what's even you know what the topper is? I'm not their only child. I'm not an only child. My sister's name is Lily. Do you see a problem here? My parents are Chinese. Do you see a problem with this name? Lele? My parents use Nini. This is her name. This because it's worse to say Riri, right? That's how it sounds when they say Riri. But then they don't do Didi. They don't do Didi like Japanese Didi. Yeah, they don't do Japanese Didi. So it's Nini. It's harder. Nini because of Chinese. So inherently my parents do not address both me and my sister by our English names. They generally don't. And then whenever we ask, you know, whenever you think about it, it's like, then why didn't you give us Chinese names so that you can actually pronounce it? It's like, well, you know, you're Americans. And then it goes into a whole deep cut. Ni hao ma. Yeah. Ni hao ma. Usually it's like a vocative. So you would just say it in a vocative way if you were addressing my sister. So Nini ni hao ma. Right? So you would just Nini pause ni hao ma, right? Or in other words, ni ho. Yeah, short for night Nini. Yeah, night. Yeah. So I adopted many names. Oh, which by the way, just so you know, I don't have a middle name. This is the other question I get. The moment someone asks me, do I have a Chinese name? And then I say no. And then we go update my Chrome. Why? Wait, I'm confused. Anyways, Google Chrome emergency update fixes 6-0-day exploiting to I have. Oh, okay. I will update my Chrome soon. This is actually my last lesson. I'm about to end today. Oh, okay. I will remember that. I'm gonna update right after this. I only have 2 things left. So, ask Chinese. The answer is no. Then they'll ask me, well, how did they come up with your name, right? and then I reveal what my name is, right? And then they're like, wait, what's your middle name? Well, what's your full name? What's your full name, right? What's your full name? I'm like, that is my full name. It's like, wait a minute, they didn't even give you a middle name? And then when they say, oh, what about your middle name, right? And I made tons of stories about what my middle name is. So I make up lots of stories about what my middle name is as well. And I had lots of nicknames as well because I had no middle name. It's whatever suits me at the moment. And then later on, all of them find out like, oh, that's what I address by anyways. Like Indalius Barnacle Jones. Yes. Now I just adopt Maku. Maku is my middle name. That's usually what I tell. Junior, yes. The fourth. The fourth. Add the fourth in it or something. So I typically tell people that it's like what most people do with content creation, right? They adopt their alias. So I typically stick with this now. It's a lot simpler. It should be Duolingo Kidnapped. Anyways, there you have it. A little bit of a story. It's a really big deep cut though. My parents provided why they decided to give my sister English names. And there's a bigger deep cut in the statistics of how they ended up with those names. But generally speaking, there was some pragmatism. Would I ever want a Chinese name? I mean, that'd be kind of cool. However, it's really not necessary, right?
いますか?
I know you guys might be thinking, well, but then how would you remember your heritage and all that stuff? It's like, well, sometimes not having something is also something. I know how that sounds, but what you have is within the relatives of what you don't have. So when you see things that you don't have, you can also appreciate why or how you don't have them. Like for example, sometimes when someone thinks, I have a sickness, think about all the other sickness you don't have. That's kind of a way to like place things into perspective, right? And then oftentimes the devil's in the detail or playing devil's advocate when it's someone else telling you that. When someone telling you that, it feels awful. But if you realize that, it makes you grateful. Yeah, Alzheimer's? Yeah, so things like, I know it can sound pedantic coming from someone else, but if you know that, you become more appreciative. So like, instead of having like your parents say, oh, you know the common saying where, oh, I don't want to eat my vegetables, and then your parents would say something like, well, you know, there are a lot of people who don't even have a chance to eat their vegetables. Coming from someone else, that might sound a little pedantic and a little bit personal and offensive or a little bit nagging. But for me, when I think about stuff, I often think about the things I have and have not. And a lot of times it helps ground myself in humility. So a lot of times, like, yeah, things like Chinese name, like, well, what does that mean when I don't have a Chinese name? But I know that I'm Chinese to some extent. There's a lot of history behind that. So lots of times when I'm telling these stories about not having a middle name or not having a Chinese name, for example, they become part of me. So I talk about them in fun ways, in even white lies for comedy kind of thing. Kind of like how stand-up comedians do, right? How comedians turn something into something celebrating, something worth being impressionable about. So oftentimes when you don't have things, it can be very meaningful, just as meaningful for yourself and others if you are able to express what that means to you. So a lack of having things is not always negative, at least in my opinion. people who have a lot will say, well, you're just making up significance for things that aren't a big deal. Well, yeah, sure. For someone who has everything, right? If you're coming from a privileged background and you go around and say, well, these kids don't need help, a video game is not that important. It's like, well, it might be important to them. You must have a lot of resources and privileges to know that it's not important to you. That kind of thing. And I kind of think the same about middle names. Do I miss a middle name? It was kind of funny. I don't know if you guys have middle names or not, but for me, when I was a kid, it was very hard to understand why I didn't have a middle name at first. Like everyone else had three names, and I'm like, or even fourth names, but I had less. And oftentimes as a kid, when you have less, you're told you're lesser, as in if you have less, you're just a loser. So to me, I'm like, nah, that's not it. I don't have a middle name. It makes me, I have something interesting to say about it. You have a middle initial, but no like name, Victor? Like you just use a middle initial. I often provided a middle initial because there's always that blank space in like documents. The initial is the middle name. Ah, I see. Yeah. Sometimes I guess the take-home message is, oh, ow, adblock update. Well, there's your adblock flash. I just got flash banged by adblock update. That happens every once in a while. Okay. Bro, just talk a new book? What do you mean, just talk a new book? Oh, you mean that kind of thing? It happens all the time, Jake. It is what I'm here for. Hey, Cozy.
新宿にたくさんのレストランがあります。
新宿にたくさんのレストランがあります。Okay, there's a lot of restaurants. There are a lot of restaurants in Shinjuku. My day's going pretty well. It's actually just ending just now. We are done today for all the plans. We're trying to make the sessions a little bit shorter. So we'll just talk about how's your day going? How has your day been? Oh, no worries, sorry. Yeah, we're doing like taking it a little bit easier, so we're dividing the units in half. However, we can talk a little bit though. I want to talk a little bit about the take-home message today, right? Well, I hope you're doing well, right? Hope you're doing well. Get some rest. It's late. I've been ending these sessions. With like a take-home message, with like from random discussions we have throughout the day. You're good? Busy? Interesting. That means you're having some stuff that you're working on. It's a good busy. That's kind of nice. Very optimistic. What can I say? I think I like the last kind of message I was trying to give out a lot of times. Okay, so 2 points. Thanks to Sub. I like calling Sub-Zero Sub right now. You're trying to balance your life with helping others. Very nice. Hope that's working out. Cozy. I hope you're getting some affirmation for the helping as well. So Sub asked, actually both of the conversations typically deal with that. So what I kind of want to say today is a wrap up of goals. Let's talk about goals. One message I wanted to say today was there are things you have to do in life. You definitely have to do them, right? And yes, you prepare for them, you work towards them, you have to get those done. However, the things you choose to do in life, as in the things that you voluntarily pick, your passions and stuff. I don't think applying deadlines, stress, like cortisol stress, like implying incredible like needs and mandatory checkpoints on the things you choose to do, as in you have the privilege, you have some extra time. Those things, in my opinion, over time traps you into needing to do things to enjoy the things you choose to love, right? So while you guys in the world probably juggle careers, have to learn skills that you have to learn to, like, I don't know, earn money, make credibility, raise a child, those things are very essential for sure. But when you get to choose to do something that is supposed to bring you joy, pleasure, reward, affirmation, I like to believe that you are discouraging yourself from doing things in a certain way when you're choosing to enjoy something. So for me, learning Japanese is not I must be fluent, I must become fluent in order to feel good about it. Is if I'm learning Japanese and I'm doing everything I can possibly do with my free time, like the amount of time I have available, if I'm populating that without the constraints of needing to fill requirements, then to me, regardless of what happens, it will return with stress-free rewards. And all of the things you do as a hobby are extra. And all that extra is that extra magic, right? And that extra allows to give you the energy to reinvest back into things that you have to do. So a lot of times it's not very clear that when someone tells me they love to learn language and suddenly tells me how they're stressed out, that they can't meet this requirement, they can't learn as fast anymore, they are slowing down, they're getting bored, that doesn't sound like someone who loves that. Right? However, it's not to say that your job is joyless, your careers are joyless. When you have to do something, extracting joy from things you have to do is extra, in my opinion. The things you choose to do are things that are by default giving joy and reward. And the mandatory obligative milestones are the opposite. They are optional. It goes the other way. Right? Your job is something that could bring you joy. The things you choose to do are the things that bring you joy. And they could bring you what you need. Like help you with what you need. So if you're able to make what you find joyful also help you with what you need, that is fantastic. That is absolutely ideal. And if your job happens to be something that you find joy in, extra. But in my opinion, a lot of people, because of how much accessibility and joy you have, like privileges you have, you can't oftentimes have both. So oftentimes, whenever someone tells me they love to do something, I really hope that that love, that passion that you're doing doesn't come with rules, like strict rules, and goals, restrictive goals, criteria. If you're saying it depends, that sounds more like a job or like an obligation, things that life demands of you. So when someone tells me, oh, I like video games, but it depends on what type of video games. Like, well, okay, I hope it's not too restrictive. Because the moment you say it depends on the video game, and then suddenly that video game itself also depends on something else, then what happens is your choices that you're making become less and less. It becomes more and more restrictive. So what does this look like when it comes to learning language? I can only learn language this way. So it depends. If you're learning language and if I learn language in a different way, it can't work. So then does that really feel like it's a choice and you're exploring the thing you love? No, it sounds like a job. And what is a word that associates with a hobby that you once loved that becomes more of a job? It's called grind. So then you get to a mindset where everything is a grind. Both the things you enjoy is a grind. Both the things you don't enjoy are grinds. And then you use the word, it depends. So to me, that's kind of my message here. In my opinion, much like your current career is joy, and after we'll make it in the right place as who I am. Fair enough. The sign language stream will happen soon. I hope don't shoot me on it. Oh, okay. Ooh, I am looking forward to a sign language stream, Cozy. You just gotta structure your life better. All right. Passion for dancing that I need to bring out. Yeah. I like to encourage people to listen to themselves, in my opinion. Because for me, when someone describes a passion they have, and the first thing they talk about is all the things they have to do in that passion is unhinged, in my opinion. When you love something, there's no it depends. It really doesn't. You're trying to get to it doesn't depend. You just love the thing, right? And I wish everyone to have something like that, because that's where your extra fuel is for all the things that you need. The it depends stuff. Your job depends on a lot of things. They have to go right. Certain things depend on other things. Those are the specific things. But in your life, I wish for everyone to have accessibility and the privilege to have a choice that they make, that no matter what they do, they love it, right? There's no like, I have to pass this. I need to learn 20 words or I'm not happy with myself. That sounds like a job. That's a mindset of a job. So when you're learning a language and you say you love a language and you're worried about how little progress you're making or how many words you're getting in a day or what your pace is, that sounds more like a job. So you need your hobby to perform a certain amount in order to make yourself happy. That, to me, is not a hobby. It's a job. And you've turned your hobby, you successfully turned your hobby into a job. Speaking to natives is not a job. Well, here, so that's pretty much the idea, right? That's pretty much the idea. And then one last topic that extends from that. I talked about this yesterday a little bit as the take-home message for today. Sometimes when you flip the script, it can be very helpful. And oftentimes when I talk about flipping the script, I talk about null hypothesis. As in, okay, well, I believe I'm good at English. Okay, so let's go explore how I'm not good at English, right? Like, what are the things that I know that I'm not good at? And let's go explore those. Because, in my opinion, sometimes what you don't know and what you don't have in opposite, like say, I don't want this, I want to avoid this. So then you challenge yourself and say, what if I didn't avoid this? What would happen? That type of thinking can help one be more in control of moderating their humility and their place their perspective more accurately. And the reason why I want to insist on that a little bit is, in the long run, it actually makes one feel a lot more comfortable about the things they don't know about the things they don't have versus the things they do have or want and the things that they don't want. For example, yeah, I can't run as fast as Usain Bolt, for example, but I can run, right? For example, or yeah, I can't dance, but I can still move my body to a rhythm, that kind of thing. So you're grounding and middling yourself, as opposed to saying like, oh yeah, I'm really good, but you don't know what's really bad, so you wouldn't know if you're really good if you don't know where it's really bad. That's confirmation bias if you think you're really good and you only hang out with everyone and look at the things you want to look at instead of seeing what you don't want to look at, for example. And then vice versa. If you have maybe you don't have a lot of money, but then you look at what's no money and what's more money, right? That kind of thing. It's not to say that everyone will naturally become arrogant if they only focus on what they want to see. What I'm trying to say is sometimes you can get blindsided in the future and you're not prepared for it. Like luck and life has this weird way of turning corners. It can work out for the best. It can also work out for the worst. So when you think about like, oh, now you have a lot of money right now, what happens if it suddenly goes away? Are you prepared for that mentally? And that's kind of what I mean by encouraging about looking at all the situations hypothetically for a while, if you have time to look at it. And for me, my example was like the middle name thing or the Chinese name thing. I actually think people feel sorry for me because I didn't have a Chinese name. At the same time, I'm like, you know what? It's very poetic that I don't have a Chinese name. Not that my parents wouldn't give me one or I wouldn't register one. I could do that if I wanted to. But in itself, it stands for a lot of things. There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of stories behind why I don't have two sets of names, right? That kind of thing. Even something as, some people might think this is trivial. Some people might think it's incredibly important. If you had a Chinese name, what would it be? See, that's the problem. I wouldn't know what it would be because I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change what happened. Although I wouldn't mind if someone else gave me a Chinese. That's always fine. I've gotten a lot of names before, but I wouldn't change the thing that's happened to me thus far. Like desiring or thinking about it. I haven't thought about it, by the way. But that's my quick answer. It'll be too difficult for me at the moment to determine it. I kind of like that I can explain. Okay. So for that's where I want to leave off. Sometimes when you are ungrateful, you can find out how to be grateful. When you are grateful, you can also find out about what makes you ungrateful, right? That kind of thing. And getting perspective means that it's not the idea of, oh, you're too arrogant and stuff. It's for future things. It's a future thing. Because in life, things can be fleeting. They can disappear and they can come and go. So, in my opinion, what is a great time other than a time that you're comfortable? To imagine, like, you know, what would you do if some things disappeared? Yeah. So, or some things come to your lap. Like, it's fun talking about all the things you desire, but it's also fun talking about how you would handle all the things that may be not so great. And if you can handle them, I think your future is a lot brighter than someone who avoids talking about stuff. Like, for example, just as a fun thing to talk about, I'm getting old, right? So you got to think about getting older. And your parents, if your parents are still around, that kind of thing. So there you go. There you have it. I wanted to end there because Japanese learning is a journey. I don't know where it's gonna end, but fine. We'll keep on it. Alright folks, as always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, work on that net positive lifestyle. It was kind of a phrase that I wanted to make work. And as always, think happy thoughts, go out, go for a walk. This has become a long end point. Okay, alright guys, mata ne.